Now I'm going to help you. This side of the tape is directed to your conscious mind, the part of your mind where you make decisions and where you are aware of now. I will explain a number of techniques you must use to create patterns of confident behavior. Use these techniques deliberately until they become habits for you. They will provide a framework in which the energy released from your unconscious will be expressed. Your unconscious mind is all the memory, wisdom, and perception that you're unaware of at any one time. It contains all your hidden potential and inner power. On the other side of this tape is a powerful hypnotic induction, which releases the power of the unconscious mind to give you strength and confidence. It will program your mind for success. You should listen to it only when you can relax safely and comfortably and ignore the outside world completely. Each of us is different. We all want confidence, but we all have different lives to live. I would like you to think for a moment now about what you want confidence for. Take a moment or two to think about that. Where will you use it? What changes will it make for you as you are more confident? Let's take a specific example. Imagine a scene in your head now where you are totally confident. Imagine you are seeing a film right now of a time in the future when you're using your confidence to achieve something you really enjoy. Do whatever you would do if you knew you couldn't fail. Just sit back now and watch yourself achieving excellence. Notice how you look, the expression on your face, the light in your eyes. Notice the life, the grace, and the elegance in your movements. Let the camera of your mind move all around the scene and replay it as slowly or as fast as you wish, as many times as you wish, so that you become fully acquainted with every aspect of your presence during a moment of successful achievement. Notice how you're sitting or standing, your expression, and your movement that lets you know that this is a moment of great success. The concentration or happiness on your face, the grace, ease, or commitment of your movements, the sense of mastery. And pay attention here to the sensations in your body, and notice how your body responds to your imagination. Your body responds to all the pictures that are conjured up in your mind, deliberately or accidentally, in exactly the same way. Now, you are going to use this responsiveness. As you continue to visualize this time of confidence, and as you feel the pleasure and power of it, gently and precisely press together the finger and thumb of one hand. Doesn't matter which hand, just do it. Whenever you want confidence, whenever you need to be reminded of your powerful positive potential, repeat that exact same pressure with your finger and thumb, and recall this picture vividly and clearly to stimulate you to be fully in your own power and confidence again. By repeating this gesture every time you think of this image and feel these confident feelings, you are creating an association that will allow you to bring these feelings back whenever you want them. Don't underestimate the power of your mind here. Do this simple but powerful exercise and you'll find it gets easier and easier and more powerful every time. You see, the human mind works by association. When we've experienced two things together for a little while, one will automatically remind us of the other. This associational linking is very powerful. For example, I like traveling, so whenever I go to the airport, I feel that excitement, even if I'm just going to pick someone up. The rule is, repetition is the mother of success. So let's just repeat this mental visualization. Remind yourself of that picture of you being successful and confident. It doesn't matter if it's not very clear at first. Each time you do it, it'll improve. Home in on the part of it that makes you feel best. Magnify that part. Make it bigger, brighter, louder, bolder, brilliant, richer in your mind. Really feel it within you and around you. And when that confidence is at its peak, press your finger and thumb together again in exactly the same way as you did before. And say to yourself, I am confident. And then relax. You are making that finger and thumb pressure into a signal to your unconscious mind to call up that feeling of confidence and power within you. Practice this imagining for at least 3 weeks every day, and then whenever you feel challenged, you can repeat that exact same movement. Concentrate for a few moments and access your inner state of confidence. Do it 21 times in a row. Olympic athletes the world over have used exactly this technique to prepare to win their competitions. Now you can use it. You see, we're all born with confidence. Babies are confident. They cry and they expect to be fed. They explore and they have no fear. We all have the ability to regain the confidence we are born with. And one of the main things we have to do, which is ridiculously simple, is just to make room for confidence. People who've lost confidence feel fear, and so they often hurry to get past things or hang back and avoid them. They speak too little or too fast. And when they feel awkward because they're doing these things, they have a tendency to do them even more. To let ourselves feel confident, we need 2 simple qualities: patience and flexible thinking. A few years ago, I was giving a presentation at a conference. I was on a panel with 2 other speakers, and while they spoke, I was really enjoying relaxing and being a member of the audience. And so it came as a bit of a shock to me when I was called to speak. I went to the rostrum and looked out and saw a huge room full of people looking at me. All of a sudden, I felt my stomach tighten and my hands went clammy and started to tremble. I was very surprised because I'm used to appearing in public, so I wasn't expecting to feel anything like that. So what I did was nothing. I just stood there and I noticed my feelings. First of all, I noticed my breathing, and I got used to standing where I was. I thought for a moment about what I was going to say and how much I believed in it, and I accepted that my body was excited. I was excited. I didn't have to call it stage fright or lack of confidence. I was excited. And that added a spark to my presentation. Then, when I felt ready to speak, I began. Now, this was a fairly simple little incident, but it shows 3 things. Firstly, you never know when you're going to be surprised, because I had no idea I was going to feel anything like that when I stood up. Secondly, it reminded me of the value of patience. I simply took my time to notice what I felt and got used to it. I didn't rush away from my feelings by diving straight into my presentation in a terrible rush. And when I acknowledged how I felt, it wasn't overwhelming. It helped to notice my breathing and to let that be calm as well. Thirdly, I reminded myself that the feeling I felt wasn't good or bad. It was just what I felt. And I could choose to call it fear or stage fright or eagerness or excitement. And I chose to call it excitement. I was reminded of this when I was sent a tape of my presentation, and I heard the pause before I started to speak. That was the pause I took to make room for my confidence. There are lots of ways you can make room for confidence in your life. In conversations, we can practice confident listening. Confident listening is allowing yourself to concentrate fully on the other person's speech. It means that rather than preparing what I'm going to say, I really listen to you. And so often when I listen well, what I need to say, and when it's okay to say nothing, becomes much clearer. When I hear the rhythm of the conversation, I discover that there are plenty of times when silence is appropriate. By listening with patience, I make room for confidence in my conversations. The same is true with actions and feelings. Patience makes room for confidence. Turn your attention outward to the world while acknowledging what you feel. But don't judge or compare or worry. Stay curious. Don't judge yourself or others. Often you don't have to do half as much as you were worried about when you lacked confidence. And when it's time to act, what you have to do is clear and simple. We all use habits a great deal in our life. Some habits help our confidence, others don't. So to increase our confidence, we have to amplify the habits that assist us and eliminate those that don't. Much of our thinking is habitual. It happens all by itself and is just a string of associations. Mostly, we tend to be absorbed in a task or an interest, or afloat on the river of automatic thinking. However, we can affect it. With a little effort, we can redirect our attention. It turns out that associational thinking is very powerful, so this effort has to be made over and over again. At first, it's quite unnerving to discover how easily we can be distracted. But if we repeat the effort over and over again, we gradually find that we affect our patterns of association and also increase our powers of concentration. There's one very important way we need to make this effort. Nowadays, the atmosphere of ideas in which we live is very busy. Messages bombard us from all sides, and not all of them are very healthy. On television and radio, we're asked to buy far more than we can afford, and the news is always full of doom and disaster. To protect ourselves, we learn to ignore a great deal of it so that we're not overwhelmed. But unfortunately, we can also inadvertently ignore the beauty and blessings of life as well. So we must learn to be selective and to reinforce the positive, beautiful messages in our lives so that we nourish the positive and beautiful in ourselves. As we pay attention to the goodness in the outside world, we strengthen it within ourselves. It's also useful to phrase things positively, to use optimistic language whenever possible. I don't mean that we should ignore difficulties or problems, but that we should always look towards the solution, not the negativity. If we use positive words to ourselves and others, we're more likely to receive positive words and messages from them. Try to avoid putting people down or putting yourself down. If you want, you can make a game of cleaning up your language. Do it by yourself or with a friend. Watch out for negative phrases like I can't, or I shouldn't, or I'll never, or I'm just not very good, or starting sentences with but or no. Whenever you hear yourself or a friend use a phrase like that, stop and rephrase it in positive terms. For example, instead of I can't do such and such, use I can learn how to do such and such, or I haven't learned to do such and such yet. There's no fixed meaning in life except the meaning that we bring to it. So let's make your life brighter by looking at things that you've got going for you. Positive thinking becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. Every time we pay attention to something, we energize its presence within us. If we pay attention to negative thoughts, we just make them stronger. So they crop up more and more often. But when we pay attention to positive thoughts, we strengthen them so that they return to our consciousness more and more often. Whatever you pay attention to returns to your awareness more and more frequently. So it's vitally important to acknowledge and concentrate on your successes, great and small, and what's really healthy and rewarding around you. Remember, you always get more of what you focus on in life. Here's a way of focusing that power. These questions direct your mind to what's positive in your life, so in order to answer them, you have to experience some of the good feelings that go with the answer. Every morning, ask yourself, what do I feel happiest about in my life? Who or what in my life makes me feel most loved? Who or what in my life makes me feel richest? And if you don't know the answers to these questions yet, ask yourself instead, what could I feel happiest about? Who or what in my life could make me feel richer, happier, or more confident? When you were a child, you may have seen a model railway in a shop window. The train would go round and round the window, across the front and into a tunnel, and then out of the tunnel on the other side, across the front of the window, back into the tunnel, and so on. The conscious mind is a bit like the window. We see the train of our thoughts when it crosses the front of the mind, but the train carries on out of sight and pulls whatever we've seen through the tunnel, the unconscious mind. If we put positive thoughts onto that train when we see it, when it's in our conscious mind, it will automatically take them into the unconscious mind again and again. So whenever you think of yourself, think of your successful self, and the automatic, incessant train of our thoughts will take that positive picture of yourself to your unconscious, and slowly but surely, your fundamental view of yourself will improve, and it will become natural to think of yourself as successful, competent, and confident. Another part of making room for confidence in our life is accepting that there is risk. This may sound odd at first. After all, we often wish that we had so much confidence that we could avoid risk. But confidence isn't knowledge. If we know we can do something, we don't need confidence. We can just do it. We only have confidence if we are not entirely sure, not 100% sure of success, and yet we still have a go. That's the essence of confidence. When there's no risk, there's only certainty. Confidence only comes when there's risk. So we must embrace the risk, recognize it, and realize that it has a place in your life. In fact, it is because of the risk that you can value your achievements, because you achieved them in the face of risk. This is why you can feel good about every step on your path to confidence. Each step is a risk, however small. And as you get used to having confidence, you will realize that you get used to having risks. Risks don't go away. We just learn that we can face it and deal with it. And as we do so, we become more powerful. We learn we can achieve our goals, and we become more confident. Let me show you one more thing that increases your confidence, and it's great fun as well. Think of somebody now with whom you don't feel confident. Imagine them walking in your front door. And imagine they've got a red clown's nose on their face and an orange wig on their head. Or shrink them so they're about 12 inches tall. And call to mind the way they talk. If, for example, it's an authoritarian sort of voice, "You stupid, useless person." Make them sound like Mickey Mouse. "You stupid, useless person." Or make them have a sexy voice. "You stupid, useless person." Really enjoy making them as ridiculous as you want and get used to this way of seeing them, even when you meet them face to face. You'll find it's great fun, and it really changes how you deal with them. It's very empowering and enjoyable to look forward to the success in our future, and the more we get used to it, the more it happens. I'd like you to close your eyes now and fantasize how things would be in an ideal world. Imagine your dreams have come true. You're doing exactly what you want to do. All around you, you can see exactly what you'd like to see. Everything you hear is perfect, and you enjoy what you feel. And as you do this, where in your body does it feel best of all? Locate the feeling and give it a color. Imagine that color glowing there within you. Now, begin to move that color all over your body and spread that fantastic feeling throughout you. Let it permeate your body. Notice how wonderful you can feel just by using your mind like this. Make sure it's around your legs and feet, stomach, chest, shoulders, arms, hands and fingers, neck and face. Make it truly brilliant. Turn up the brightness, feeling joy and energy surging within you. Now double the intensity of that color again and keep that feeling within you. Wonderful, brilliant, bright, fantastic. When you feel good and happy, your non-verbal communications put you in tune with good and happy people. and help other people feel good too, so you create a warm, friendly atmosphere. With this simple exercise, you can actually affect all the world around you. Do this every day and you'll soon notice how it begins to bring out the optimism and enthusiasm in the people you mix with. Remember, happiness and excitement are contagious. So you're going to direct your attention away from comparison with others, away from the barrage of advertising which plays upon fears and insecurities, and away from negative judgments, and steer it towards a positive appreciation of the world and people around you. This inner glow will help you do that. Finally, remember to walk tall. When you've finished using this tape, get up and hold your head up in a comfortable, relaxed position on your shoulders. Let your spine support you. Imagine that a golden thread runs vertically up through your spine and straight up to the sky, and that thread supports you. Let yourself relax, safely held by that thread. This relaxed, upright stance is the natural position of confidence, and it will soon be as natural to you as breathing. So enjoy it. And to give you a rock-solid foundation for your confidence and power, use the hypnotic induction on the other side of this tape every day for 3 weeks, and as often as you want thereafter. Side 2 is a powerful hypnotic induction that will reinforce all the work you've done on this side and will boost confidence at every level of your mind. Whenever you want to relax deeply and totally, go somewhere where you don't have to be aware of the outside world and use side 2 to go into as deep a trance as you need to. Each time you go into trance, the effect gets stronger. So use it every day for 3 weeks. Use it, enjoy it, and you'll find that as your confidence increases day after day, you'll find yourself doing things you used to dream of. Use both sides of the tape every day until you can really feel the improvement.
Hey guys, Cindy Otter here with My Arts Endeavors. How are you doing today? I'm actually doing pretty well. We are here with our explorations of me for this month. This was last month, what are the positives of social media. So we had fun with that. Now this month it is, let me look, it says, do you have a daily routine? Does it help you? What happens if you don't stick to it? Alright, well I can tell you right now, I have kind of a daily routine. If I don't stick to it, I kind of get grumpy. Nothing wrong with that, is there? Alright, so what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to get some paint on the background here, and then I'm going to start working with my daily routine. I may do it in some text. I may do it, I think I'll probably do it just handwriting. But I'm going to give you an idea of what my routine is and what happens if I don't kind of stick to my routine. All right, so I'll come back at the end and we'll chit chat about it, and I hope you enjoy. right, guys, so I'm sorry that was so long. I just got into playing. Playing with paint, playing with the retarder, messing around with some ink and some stamps. I was in the zone, I was playing, and I was enjoying. So, and I think that's what a lot of art is all about. I've got a couple of these little borders here that were done in a border swap quite a few years ago with Crazy Island Family. So I am going to use these on here just because I want to. And I want to use up stuff that's laying around here on my desk. So these are going to be used on here. Now I'm getting ready to go ahead and start my routine. I've been thinking about how I want to do it, and I really don't want just white blobs in here. I don't know, maybe I should just do some white circles and, you know, have it go. I'm not really positive yet, but I want to write what my routine is. I'm going to tell you guys a little bit of it, and then at the end we'll, you know, whatever else I happen to add. The first thing I do is I sleep as long as I can. And the reason I say that is because sleep is hard to get. There's a lot of times at night, you know, I'll only get an hour and a half, 2 hours, 3 hours sleep, if that. So if I'm sleeping, I stay asleep. And it's perfect because my husband understands, and he will keep Pucky away because she likes to attack me first thing in the morning. So that's the first thing I do. Of course, I normally get up, pop in the shower, clean my teeth, you know, all the things you do to get ready in the morning. Third thing I do is I head to the coffee pot. Don't talk to me before the coffee pot. Don't, I wonder if I can write on these. Probably not. I don't think before I have my coffee. It's so funny because my husband's a morning person, and I'll walk out in the kitchen and I'll get all these questions thrown at me. I'll just look at him. I'm like, really? I'm sorry. I know you're not awake yet. Yeah, that's exactly right. So, you know what? I'm just going to do my paint. Why not? And paint my circles. So that, you know, that is a definite morning routine. Where'd my paintbrush go? The one I want. Where's the one I want? Right here. Duh. So yeah, it's headed for my coffee pot. From there, while I'm drinking my coffee, I'll normally hang out on the couch because for some reason Pucky's got it in her head that she has to go back to sleep on Mama's lap for about a half an hour in the morning. So what we do is I sit on the couch, I'll check up on my phone, look at my email, that kind of stuff while Pucky gets her little nap. You know, another thing I do while I'm sitting there drinking my coffee is I'm going to assess my body. Now, what I mean by that is any of you that are in chronic pain, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Basically, I will do like a visual the whole way down my body, like in my head. I think about each part of my body and I think about where it stands as far as pain. There are some mornings that I wake up and I don't have to think about it. I know exactly what's going on because it's just so mean and obtrusive. So sit there drinking my coffee. Okay, how's the back today? Is it good enough to go into the art room? Is it good enough to run to the Dollar Tree? You know, how good is it? What is it doing today? Is it okay? So that's, you know, one of my very first things I do. Now, once I decide my body is either okay or not okay, then I have options. If my body's just not doing great, I'm just going to move these before I glue them in. If my body's not doing great, then I have to realize, okay, can I sit in the art room for any length of time? If it's not doing that well, the answer is usually no. And then what I have to do is I have to plan a couch day, what I call a couch day. So I have an art case all set up out on my coffee table so that I can either work in my personal journal, I can work in just a regular art journal, I can doodle, I have a couple composition notebooks where I, you know, practice drawing things, that kind of stuff. So that's out there. Or, you know, is it really bad? And if it's really bad, I'm going right straight back to bed. Now, when I do that, I also have certain art supplies that I can get to in the bedroom. And, you know, sometimes when it's that bad, I really don't even want art supplies. So there's not a huge kit in there. There's just enough that, you know, if I feel like gluing something on paper, I can. When that happens, I have a TV that's actually on wheels that I can move to the end of the bed, and I can sit there, I can watch TV, I can relax and just let my body rest the way it needs to. So that's kind of my routine for the day. There are so many other things beyond that. If I don't listen to my body and I just decide I'm gonna do what I want to do, it just causes me more pain down the road. So that's why that session, you know, checking my body, doing that visual and doing that feeling really helps me to figure out what I'm going to be able to do that day. So that is my routine. Now what's good about it? Well, if I'm in a normal pain range, then I get to play in my art. I'll be able to cook dinner for my hubby. I have to do it a little different, but I'll tell you in just a second. Let me dry these so I can start writing in them. All right, so let's say we're going to try to do today as an example. All right, here's today. Here's my start. Yep, my pen is not going to work. My marker. Don't mind my lines aren't perfect, and I really don't care. They don't need to be, because I'm just playing. All right, so here's the start of my day. So I'm gonna, first of all, sleep as long as I can. And again, we already talked about that, and that's because of the pain. All right, up and shower, do the normal morning bathroom routine things, you know. We all have to do it. Sometimes there's days when I know I just can't even stand up that, I gotta get a paint pen. I can't even stand up that long to do the showers and stuff. So, you know, you do what you have to. I go in and clean up, you know, the best I can and just work at, you know, being alive, right? So, like I said, the first one is sleep as long as I can. Second one is my normal bathroom routine, which I'll write that in a minute. Third one is the big one, coffee. My granddaughter Haley, she's so funny. When she stayed with us when we were up in New York, she'd come out of the bedroom in the morning. She always liked to sleep with Grandma. And she'd come out and she'd be like, Grandma, and she'd be like a robot. Grandma needs coffee. She was just a little stinker, but I love her to death. So yeah, next one is coffee. That's not an option. That's a given. So this is my normal bathroom routine. I should say wake up routine. All right. Okay, so the next one is coffee. And that is a definite need. All right. All right, after a coffee, like I said, this is where my day starts getting a little bit more where it makes sense. And while I'm drinking coffee, I'm going to assess my body. I'm going to figure out pain level, activity level, and action level, which means what can I do that day. All right, this is a very, it's got to be a normal portion of my life, of my daily routine, and the reason being is because you can't, if you don't do this, you end up causing yourself so much more pain than you really need. Now that's on the chronic pain perspective. And again, you guys are going to see that chronic pain is in here because that is my daily life. I live with it, I deal with it, and I have to accept it. So, all right. So once my body, I figured out the pain levels, I'm just going to put in here what I do on certain pain level days. Let me just do this one while I'm sitting here. Yeah, they don't have to be perfect. I like the messy sketch type thing. Have you noticed? All right, so if we are in our normal, this is my normal pain level, which is a 7. It never goes below that, and it hasn't went below that since the day I had my accident. All right, so that's my normal. On my normal pain level day, I will do art, maybe laundry, some type of cleaning. Now this is not, like, I don't come in my art room and do bam, 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 and do a lot of stuff. I'll come in, maybe do one video, and then that's it in the art room. Then I take a break. Then maybe I'll throw a load of laundry in, and I take a break. Sometimes my hubby will bring the laundry to me on the couch so that I can fold it there. Cleaning. All right, maybe this is the day that I'm going to clean the bathrooms. All right, maybe 2 days from now I'm going to do a little bit of vacuuming. Maybe 2 days after that or 3 days after that, maybe I'm going to dust, which I hate dusting, so I do that very rarely. But anyways, so this gives you an idea when, and I'm going to put on here, take breaks. So that's my normal pain day is a 7. Okay, so a higher pain, I'm going to say is like an 8 to a 9 for me. I'm very lucky I have a high pain tolerance, so I can deal with high pain a lot better, I think, than some people may be able to. But that's just how I am. I've always been that way. So on my higher pain level day, I will decide if it's the art. I can be in the art room. I'm going to say AR, and I'm going to say no. All right, so then I know it's a couch day. Now, depending on what I'm doing, if I'm having a lot of problems with my lower back, that's where the massive pain is, a lot of time I'm going to be laying down, okay? Now, when I lay down, I can either sketch or read or watch movies. If it's not my back, and let's say my fibro is really mad. Let's say I'm in my normal 7 for my back pain, and my fibro is really kicking up a fit, giving me a flare. So I consider, let's say this is the fibro, all right? Now, when I'm doing the fibro with an 8 or 9, sometimes I can sit and do art on the couch. But honestly, a lot of times, my fibro basically stays in my shoulders, in my middle back, my shoulders, not my neck. So it's kind of hard to sit up. Other than that, I'll just revert and do the same things I'm doing here. Okay, that's those days. Now, if my pain goes above a 9, those days, honestly, it's very hard to even get out of bed. All right, so I will stay in my bed. Hubs will bring in my coffee. He may bring in something to eat. He'll make sure I've got my TV. So let's say I get my art, coffee. You notice the theme here? Coffee's in all these too. Stay in bed, I get my art, I get my coffee. Hubs will get me food and make sure my TV is hooked up. Now when I say making sure my TV is hooked up, I actually have it on a rollaway stand, so I can pull it out and bring it up like to the edge of my bed so that my controllers reach it, or when I'm not using it, I take it and I put it back in a corner of the bedroom. So it works out really well. Now this is my normal routine, and this is where when I want to find some, let's use some red. If I don't follow this normal routine, several things happen. One, I end up in more pain. Let's get that on there right there. I will end up very depressed because of having more pain, even though I did it myself. I will also be grumpy because of the pain. So if you notice there's a common theme here, I have to pretty much stay wherever I need to because of my pain that day. So if I don't listen to it, again, I'm in trouble. These are lessons I've learned throughout the whole chronic pain. It's not something that I relish on anybody, but if you are living in chronic pain, take an idea to try some type of a routine such as this, or relook at what you're doing in your life. And another thing, just a little piece of advice on that, is you've got to be able to trust yourself, and you've got to be able to be what's the word I'm looking for? Flexible. And hopefully whomever lives around you, they will tell you or understand what you're going through, right? And that's a total another discussion. But for this month, for the question, for Explorations of Me, these are my answers. This is what my daily routine is. If I don't do it, I'm going to end up in so much pain, I will be just miserable for, weeks. So I don't do that. I choose not to be miserable. I choose to listen to my body. I choose to do the best I can with what I've got. And I've also chosen to accept the fact that I can't always go and do. And those are the big, huge things about this whole chronic pain journey, is the exception. If you don't accept it, you're going to overdo. You're going to make your life more miserable. And it's just not fun that way. It really is not. I don't know why I wanted to put those on there, but I did. I just thought they were kind of cool. So I think what I'm going to do now is I'm just going to finish up this page. I want to doodle a little bit, put some Humpty Humps in here, whatever. And then we will be all set for this month. So I hope you guys have enjoyed this. And like I said, let me go ahead, do a little bit more doodling, and then we'll wrap it up at the end and on for another month. Thanks for watching. Hold on. All right, guys, so I think I'm done with this page. I just, I have fun playing, and I think that's what a lot of this art is all about. So I just wanted to show you a bunch of that background, just marks I've made, and just had fun with it. So there you go. There is my routine, my daily routine. I can't wait to see what yours is. I'd love to see how different it is. Whether you have chronic pain or you don't have chronic pain, I would love to see what your day consists of. So don't forget to check out the other artists. Their links are in the description box below. We've got Gina, Barbara, and Leslie. Let's see what their schedules are about. I'm excited to see those as well. Don't
Staying Alive UK. Share your story.
Hi, Faris. How are you today?
Hi, Michael. I'm really good, thanks, and great to be on this podcast.
Thank you for coming on the podcast, and thank you for being so patient, because I know you booked our interview back in January this year, and we're now in June, listeners. We're now in June, which is great, and thank you for being so patient. I'm very interested to hear your story, very interested to hear about your business and the background about the name and everything. I won't say what it is yet until later. But let's start with like a really open question. And the open question is, tell us about your story and how did you get to where you are today?
That is a great question. It reminds me actually of a very similar question I ask people when I used to interview them for companies. We just say, tell me how you got here today. And not only do you learn so much, but you see how they tell the story. And I'm sure your people you've had on your show have told their stories in countless ways. And do you know what? The joy of booking in January but not doing this till June means I've got 6 months more of stories to tell you.
Yeah, true.
That's true, right? So
yeah.
So brilliant. So look, my story is both very similar and very different to everyone else's. Everyone out there has a unique story. I think my story, if we go right back to the beginning, but I'll give a really précis, grew up in South London. To my parents who are Palestinian immigrants to the UK. And so there was a strong Arabic culture, strong Palestinian culture. And I've got ties back to Palestine. We'll touch upon those in my story. And went to school in South London. Let's pick it up after school. I studied the sciences. I studied a bit of maths. After school, I decided I needed a bit of variety. And I went completely random and spent a year living in a village in Nepal. Where I did development work and taught English. And that was really, really a formative year for me at the age of 17 to have such a different culture. And I could tell you a lot of stories from that time. But then it was back to university. I did a maths and economics degree. And I guess partly inspired by the experience of having worked in Nepal, but also it was the dot-com burst. There weren't a lot of graduate jobs, so I came up with a radical idea of going and becoming a teacher in Latin America. And I moved to El Salvador, where I taught at the British School of El Salvador maths and economics for several years, and then came back to the UK and continued teaching, and became a bit disillusioned with it. You know, it wasn't quite the same in a British school where all I was doing was taking knives off kids and dealing with a lot of difficulties. It was more
Right.
kind of, there were more challenges then. And I began to think about pivoting my career and moving into the corporate world.
Right.
And I could only do that through graduate schemes. So actually, I reinvented myself and joined a graduate scheme, which was to be for an energy company. So I ended up joining a big energy company here in the UK. In the meantime, I had time to kill because graduate schemes don't start. They only start once a year. So I took myself off to Palestine for a year, where I taught in a university and worked in a university in the West Bank.
Wow.
But then I was in the corporate world. I learned all about the energy, everything to do about how we create energy, electricity, gas, to how we sell it to people. And I learned everything about business in a space of 4 years, because I was in the strategy team of this energy.
Right.
And after 4 years there, I got approached to join consulting, which would take up the next 12 years of my life, working for big consulting firms. Michael, the likes some of your listeners will have heard of EY, Carney, a few others. And I reached a point where I enjoyed the work, but was a little bit disillusioned where I was. And it gave me enough impetus to start my own company, which is around consulting. And that was 2.5 years ago, Michael.
Not that long ago, then.
Not that long ago. But
no, fascinating. Okay, so just there's a lot that comes up into my head, and there's a few questions I've got for you. This thing you did at 17 in Nepal.
Yeah.
Where did that come from? What inspired you to go and do that at the age of 17? You weren't even an adult officially.
I wasn't officially an adult. And what inspired me is it was largely, the biggest driving factor was a friend's sister who had done a similar scheme a few years before, and she had raved about it, and not just the experience, but all she had got out of it. And it really got me thinking. Funny enough, that friend, he did it. He did the same scheme, and so the two of us were very close, and we grew really emboldened by this idea that we would get so much out of it, having spent the two of us spent 10 years in the same school, and we felt we'd had a great education, but it had all been very spoon-fed, and we were, as you say, I don't think I had the self-awareness to realize that I wasn't really an adult. But I was conscious that I'd only had a very sliver of exposure to the world. So this seemed like a perfect way to do it in a fairly safe environment, because it was run by an organization. And look, my friend was doing it. So it made a bit of an easier sell to my parents, who were initially quite resistant to the idea. And to be honest, I didn't fully appreciate what the year would involve.
No.
But I am immensely grateful that I did it. And it's still to this day probably the best year of my life.
And what did it involve?
Well, on a practical level, what it involved was 2 months of training. They taught us how to be teachers, how to teach English as a foreign language.
Right.
And they also taught us how to do development work. So still to this day, I know how to build a pit latrine for a family of 10 that will last 10 years. So that's, and we also learned skills like how to make stoves out of mud, how to build vegetable gardens, because they were sending us into quite rural villages to not only educate in English, but also to raise the standards of living and development.
Right.
So after 2 months training, we were then sent in pairs to our villages, where we would spend the next sort of 9 months working with building, working with the community, building relationships, and doing those twin tracks of work. Sporadically coming back to Kathmandu, the capital, but that was effectively our remit and where we spent most of our time.
Incredible. Because is it quite high up in the mountains, Nepal?
So Nepal's a fascinating country. It's got 8 of the 10 highest peaks in the world. But but it's also got a basin, a terai, right, which is
Right.
under sea level. So it goes from minus like 200 meters to Everest, which is
Hmm.
so it's actually got like jungle, it's got mountains, but predominantly it is mountainous. And we were living at about 3,000 meters. So you know,
Right.
put that in context, that's well above anything in the UK. I could see Everest every day. I mean, just how amazing is that? To every morning of my life for a year to see Mount Everest um, and to live at that altitude.
And did this kind of adventure bug, because I mean, you've got to have a desire for some adventure. Did that come from your parents at all? Were they adventurous?
I think they were. Well, they definitely were adventurous. I mean, you know, they both emigrated from Palestine.
Yes.
You know, but several times over their lives. You know, so my dad's
Right.
first adventure was in his teens when he moved to study in the States. You know, he won a scholarship. So very, you know, in a young age, he had a spirit of adventure for different reasons. But certainly, I looked at the amazing things that both my parents had achieved, and it gave me confidence that years later to also try stuff for myself.
Yeah, that it explains it a little bit. I mean, obviously there's your own, desire to do things, but if you've seen stuff being done by your family members, it might not be your mum and dad, might be an uncle or an aunt or a brother or sister, but it does give you that little bit of courage to kind of go, well, they managed it, so why can't I manage it, type of thing. And okay, that and obviously that kind of sense of adventure carried you on to your other, let's call them missions,
Yeah,
that you did as well.
yeah,
So after you
definitely.
did, yeah,
I mean, definitely. Once you've had one adventure, it certainly primes you for the next,
yeah,
and it makes you less afraid. But you know what? Comfort is these things, rightly so, wrap around you. So if I look at it depends how you define an adventure. But if I look at that kind of big Nepal type of adventure, I'm obviously doing less of those nowadays. But
yeah.
hey, starting my own business is an adventure. Learning any new skill for anyone out there is an adventure. Even moving house is an adventure. You know, you can make an adventure out of anything. It doesn't have to be grandiose.
So would you say you're somebody who likes change?
I'm like every other human being. I probably resist change initially, but I think I adapt to it quicker than others. And in fact, it's a large part of what I do as a work to help organizations get through change quicker and make it
Right.
more. So I couldn't do that for organizations if I didn't keep applying change to myself. So I'll give you a good example, Michael. A few years
Yeah.
ago, I used to own my own property. I used to own my own flat, and I sold it. And it was a long, arduous process to sell my flat. And when I
Mm,
did finally sell it, I came up with this plan. I was going to stay in London, but I thought, do you know what? I'm a renter now. Why not embrace this as an adventure and live in different random parts of London that I've never lived in? Because
right.
most of us just stick to one part. You know, doesn't matter wherever and often it's not far from where you grew up. Now I thought, hey, I live in an amazing city where people pay thousands of pounds to come and visit as a tourist. Why should I, why not embrace that? So I came up
Yeah.
with a plan to live in 4 different places I'd never lived and just got going with it. You know, I didn't care that it was the hassle. I had to box up every year. I had to move. I saw it as what a great chance to experience different communities, meet a whole bunch of new people. And plus it was research for when I was next ready to buy.
It totally explains everything about you, because the fact that you moved around when you were a youngster, that your parents moved around when they were young, and now you're doing it in adult life, you definitely embrace change. So much so that you seek it out by saying, I'm going to move in different locations. That's seeking out change, because it's a hassle moving house, right?
Yeah.
Uh, providing you're a minimalist and I'm an aspiring minimalist, let's put it that way, nowhere near to it yet, but I would love to be able to just pack up and go, I'm going to live somewhere else. I've only got like 3 boxes to take with me, But
I'm definitely not a mineralist, by the way.
okay, but that does explain, and what amazing thing that you're helping people with change in companies.
Yeah, I mean, change is a fundamental part of life. Is definitely a large part of business, and it can be the difference between successful businesses and unsuccessful businesses. So it's a great privilege to be able to help. And actually, I don't specifically only focus on change. I focus on getting teams working better together, getting people to buy into ideas. Now, obviously, change is a large subset of that. But really, it could apply to anything where there is a difference of views, teams are not aligned, companies are not aligned. That's really my forte, where I come in and help, and me and my company do.
People in organizations
Yeah.
resist change. There's no doubt about it. And that's where you get friction. Relationships inside companies is always difficult. People don't gel, they don't get on with each other, or they don't like the look of somebody, or somebody rubs them up the wrong way. And that whole dynamic is a very difficult environment sometimes for people to work in, operate in. Then on top of that, you have the pandemic as well. Home working, people working from home, not getting the kind of treatment that they would like, being ignored. There's so many things that go on. So why don't you tell us a little bit, if you were going into a company, they learned about you, maybe through this podcast, let's hope, and you're going to pitch to them because they can see they need to perform better than where they are.
Yeah.
How would that go? What would your pitch look like? What is it that you would share with them?
Well, first of all, the fact that they've reached out to me and invited me is a massive bonus, because that shows a level of self-awareness that they do have some challenges and they could do with some help.
Yeah.
And that should not be underestimated, because a lot of companies do not have that, and a lot of senior people don't have that awareness. And basically, what I'd say is, my pitch would be, what's your problem? What's holding you back? Where do you want to be? And why do you think you're not achieving that? Now, invariably, it'll be one of the things you've listed: people disagreeing, people being too busy, people not understanding. And say, okay, well, are you communicating to them in the way they like to be communicated? Are you, instead of assuming that, look, I'm just going to say this and everyone, they either like it or lump it, right? They listen to it and they buy into it. Or are you going, actually, maybe they didn't understand what I said. Maybe I need to say it in a different way.
Yeah.
Because if you haven't tried that, if you haven't adopted that latter approach, you're far less likely to be successful than if you had. Okay, because we all breeze through life, usually operating in the same way, and this is why I like change. But actually, that's not always the most effective way, because we'll always meet people who resist. Like you said, resistance to change is very common, and it reminds me very much of my very first day in consulting when I joined this consulting firm, and a very senior person gave me a slide, gave me a document that had written on it 28 ways people say no without saying no.
Yeah.
All right. And it's a great slide. I still use it today. And it's all the things you'll hear in any conversation, like, oh, that sounds great, but that won't work here. Or, oh, well, we've already tried that once, so no, we're not going to try it. Or, oh, yeah, that's just too expensive. So really...
Oh, I have another one for you. But we're not really like anybody else.
We're not really like anybody else. Of course not. Right. And
we're unique.
We're unique. Every culture may add ones on for their culture. But fundamentally, it's both. So, how do you get people to not look at things that way? Not from a cost, not from a unique lens, not from a... you've got to adapt, not expect them to do the equation in their head and go, oh, I get it now. So that would be my pitch. Like, how many of those a lot of people focus on their broadcast ability. They don't focus on, is it being received?
Right.
So I can help you with the will it be received part. And I can teach you how to broadcast in different ways so that it's more likely to be received. And that's what I can add. And I can add it in a variety of ways. It can be around change. It can be around alignment. It can be around anything from strategy to problem solving. And I will bring techniques, and me and my team will bring techniques that make it fun, engaging, and easy to follow, which is usually some of the key barriers that stop people from engaging with stuff.
Yeah. And it sounds fascinating, actually, because, I mean, what is the ultimate goal that any organization want to achieve, in your view? What is it they want to achieve?
It varies. They all have a different North Star.
You reckon?
Well, yeah, because success can be making lots of money. It can be having lots of customers. It can be making a difference in the world. Now, these things are not uncorrelated. If you only get a lot of money by having a lot of customers, but by having that slight difference does mean you set up your company and your focus. And actually, it all starts whenever I work with a company going, well, what is your vision? What are your goals? How sharp are those? Have you clearly articulated them? Because if not, let's start there. Because without those, you'll say, I often go into companies, they say, oh no, we do have it clear. And I say, okay, well, let me go and test that with your workforce. And you'll find there's all this discrepancy. And you say, what that's causing is person A thinks it's this, so they're off doing this. And person B thinks it's something different and they're off doing this. And although it might seem like a 1% difference, over time, they will diverge. So no wonder person B will say, oh no, this is more important. And person A will say, this is more important. So when you present, well, we need to do this, you'll get disagreements. So you need that. You need to start off very clear. So I wouldn't say that every company has a common, has the same sort of ambition. Obviously, there's commonality and overlap in what they want to achieve.
Yeah. Okay. So it's not one size fits all. It all depends on what they're looking to achieve, what their goals are, and what the kind of problems that they're experiencing.
Yeah. And be honest about that. I once worked with a company, I got a client, where I walked in and they had very clear document written down around their vision and their strategy, which was all about making a difference around sustainability, around the environment. And I said, great, well, let's have a look at what the work you're actually doing. So I went back and looked at the 3 years worth of work they were doing, both internal projects and external projects. And I couldn't find anything that mapped to what they said they wanted to achieve. So I presented this to their board and I said, look, either your vision is wrong or you've been doing all the wrong projects for the last 3 years.
Right.
Which is it? And I said, I don't mind which it is, but it's better to be clear. And after we sort of talked for half an hour, I said, the only thing I can see in common is that you want to make more money. You want to make money. And one of the directors said, yeah, that is what we want to do. Right. And someone else said, yeah. And the third person said, it's nice to be able to be honest about it for a change. Instead of saying, we don't actually care about sustainability. I said, so why did you write that? That's confusing. That's confusing to you guys. Look at how the relief that you've just all been honest, but also it's confusing to shareholders, to customers. Maybe you don't want to be so mercenary and just write, we're here just to make money, but don't pretend it's something completely different because you feel that's the right thing to do.
Yeah. We live in a capitalist society.
Yeah.
And I know there are lots of charities, but even charities need to create money, right? So the reason I kind of asked the question about, what's the one single thing that everybody wants?
Yeah.
I do believe people's center point is like, well, first thing is we need to make money. If we don't make money, we can't pay ourselves, we can't pay our employees, or the shareholders. If the shareholders involved, we can't pay off our loans, and that always seems to be the focus. And, customers and employees seem to always get secondary. And personally, I feel that money has to happen. But if you look after your customers and your employees, surprise, surprise, it may automatically come then. So how do you get people to focus on, rather than kind of go, yeah, we just want to make money? Well, look after your employees, who then will look after your customers, and then the result will be more money, more income.
So I think what you've articulated there for me is the difference between a vision and a strategy. So a vision is, where do you want to end up? You know,
Yeah.
and say you are a charity. Let's take the charity example. We want to end up helping this group of individuals, as many of them as possible. So then I'll say, okay, well, the strategy is, how are you going to get there? Now, the strategies can change over time, but your vision shouldn't change. That's what you want to achieve. You want to help these people. Now, you might say, look, to do that, we need to build up a pool of money so we can spend it helping, you know, refugees, helping children, helping whatever. Yes. So the first strategy is build up that pool of money.
Yeah.
Right. And then once we've reached a point, we'll switch that strategy out, or we'll have a strategy alongside it that says use that money.
Right.
Right. So strategies come and go, and the good thing about strategies is people build strategies based on their belief of what they think, and hopefully based on fact, but they don't always work out. That's why strategies come and go, because I always tell companies to test and learn. So adopt a strategy, try it, review it, reflect, be honest whether it's worked or not, and if it hasn't, substitute it with your next strategy.
Right.
Right. So it may be that you achieve by getting your employees happy and your customers happy. Right.
Yeah.
Go and try that. Give it your best efforts. Do all the things to do that. If it doesn't work, or it doesn't work as well as you hope to, review it and change something about it.
Right.
So that's the way to do it, because I'll work with companies and they'll all have a different way that they think they can achieve their thing. Now, I will always push them to lead by fact. Okay, where's the evidence that this A will be better than B? But ultimately, it'll be like, right, if you think A, let's try A, but let's set ourselves at 6 months. Let's review it honestly, and then we either double down on that strategy or we move on to a different one.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, 100. Yeah, I get that.
It's amazing. A lot of people set their strategy, but they never review it.
No,
they never review it honestly. Right? And that just seems really strange to me. Right? Why would you continue doing something if it wasn't producing a fee? You probably do it out of comfort, and it's safe, and it's because you don't want to change, and because. But if it's honestly not driving you closer to where you want to be, then it's not the right strategy for you.
Definition of insanity, isn't it?
Definition of insanity. Not that I'd ever say that to a client, but yes.
No. Doing the same things over and over and expecting a different result. Yeah. What? Okay, great. And presumably you use different tools and techniques to help people. Can you share a little bit about that?
Of course, yeah. And this is where my previous careers come in incredibly handy. So I actually use a lot of techniques that I learned as a school teacher with businesses and senior professionals. I do have a methodology that I use for companies, and it's an equation that says success is built up of 3 factors: IQ, EQ, and FQ. Now, IQ is the ability to come up with great ideas. So do you have enough of them in your company? Are they robust? Are they based on fact? Are they the best ideas? The second one is EQ. Are you able to sell those ideas to others? Bring them along with you. And the third is, can you then focus on delivering those ideas?
Right.
And you need all 3. You cannot rely on just 1 or 2 of those, right? Because imagine you have really smart people in your company, but they can't articulate it to anyone, right? Then the smart idea goes nowhere. Or say you've got really smart ideas, you've got everyone bought in, but the company's trying to do 100 things and they just don't have the bandwidth to do that.
Yeah.
And it's not going to go in. So this is the kind of overarching. Now, within that, I use some techniques, as I said, to either improve the IQ, either improve the EQ, or improve the FQ. And those can be a range of techniques and activities from actually facilitating myself, the groups, or teaching how to apply it around their company. So does that kind of make sense at a broad level? I mean, I can obviously
IQ,
give some
EQ, and FQ. And how do you measure that then? Do you go in and measure that in some way through surveys or questionnaires, or how will you know where that people are with their IQ, EQ, FQ?
So I will often engage the clients and ask their opinion together thing, because here's the thing, right? In reality, companies could probably do with improvements across all three dimensions. So it's about where you're going to focus your efforts, where's the biggest bang. So it's a combination of where do they believe, but also my observations. So I'll give you, for example, a time when I sort of applied my review. So I once worked with a company, and this was actually going back, this was before I set up my own company, and I was seconded in as a commercial director. And my remit was to try and find an extra £100 million worth of sales for the which was quite a challenge, considering the company had only made about 70 million the year before. So it was more than doubling. And my boss, the MD, gave me 2 weeks to come up with an initial plan. And after a week, she pulled me into a room and said, look, I need to know the answer now. Where are you leaning towards? And I said, look, 2 weeks. I said, look, I don't have a firm plan, but I tell you one thing we need to do immediately. She said, what's that? I said, we need to teach everyone in this company how to run meetings. And she looked at me strangely and said, why should we do that? And I said, have you ever been to a meeting in this company? Right? People turn up 5-10 minutes late. There's no agenda, so nobody knows what they're really talking about. Everyone just has a nice conversation, sat on a bean bag with a cup of coffee. The meeting invariably overruns. There's no actions. There's no follow-ups. And people then just go to the next meeting. And I said, not only is it unproductive, it's demoralizing. It stops people from actually organizing meetings, and it just means everything is a nice chat and we don't actually get stuff done. And so she said, okay, yeah, that resonates with me. So, okay, go ahead and teach these people. So we rolled out a 6-week course in how to run meetings. And you know what happened? Sales improved by over 2%.
My God.
So, you wouldn't have thought of that as a natural place, but by having a bit more FQ, as I call it there, a bit more focus and structure, it allowed for other good things to flow. Now, I could have, it's hard to sometimes go in with a clipboard and say, this will deliver this. And I didn't know it would lead to that increase in sales. But I did see there was a giant warning light going off saying, look, there is a massive lack of FQ here. Fix that and we'll see what good will definitely come from it. Now, I probably could have picked something else, maybe in the EQ, maybe the way people have conversations. I could have easily said, look, do you know what? People in this environment don't, they close down each other. They don't construct it. They're not constructive in their feedback. They're very dismissive, and let's teach people how to give feedback more effectively. And I'm sure that would have had a knock-on effect.
Yeah.
But the one that was just most obvious immediately when I walked in was around the meetings. So that's when I say that often actually you could apply your shoulder against lots of those different pillars. Or actually a lot of my clients come already going, I think it's this arena. Can you help us with that? And I'd rather work on something that they're already sort of chomping at the bit to do than spend hours going, actually, do you know what? You really need to focus on this and waste a month debating with them.
Right. I'll tell you a little story. I worked for it wasn't a multinational, but it was a national textile group in Leicester. Yeah. And we unfortunately had inherited an Australian businessman as CEO. He was not a nice man. However, he put in place some very, very good things. One thing was about meetings. If he was in a meeting that he was chairing and you arrived late, you could not join the meeting anymore.
It's true.
You he said, goodbye, mate. You're late. Guess what? That guy never turned up late for meetings again.
Yeah.
It just worked. It was just really simple. You're either on time or you're late. And if you're late, you can't come in the meeting.
Yeah.
You'll get the minutes, but your voice isn't heard.
Yeah.
And it worked. It really worked.
Oh, I'm not surprised. Yeah. Often, so this is a combination of a couple of things that I often try and implement in companies. One is have clear rules or have clear decisions. I always say don't half decide, because when you leave gray area, then that's where things. So it's very. And then the other thing is people learn. So when I run training courses, I have a strong belief that people learn through failure.
Yes.
Okay? They're more in tune to actually pay attention if they've learned. So if they failed. So the person who turned up late learned a very harsh lesson and changed their behaviors. Whereas if they turned up late but had been allowed in, they probably wouldn't have changed their behavior because there wasn't a consequence. So often when I try and instruct change, I'll often engineer failure early on to create a shock to the system so that people are more open to change. And so, there's a lot of good stuff. And do you know what? I love that story because I do a lot of wacky stuff with companies, and often they think, why are you doing this? I've run meetings where if people turn up late, they're not allowed in, or you can only talk if you're holding an item, or you can only talk if you're holding a plank. Have you ever done a plank exercise?
Yes. Right?
It's a great one if you've got a group where people are talking too much with no real, they're just having a monologue without actually getting to a point. And that can be quite drastic. It's a bit of a laugh, but it really emphasizes, what am I trying to say? What is the point of my communication? What is the meeting?
Yeah, I don't know if you've, this is totally off topic, but we might as well share it.
Yeah, let's go.
There's a new revolution going on in social media. It's called social audio.
Yeah.
Like Clubhouse were probably the pioneers. Now you've got Twitter Spaces, LinkedIn are going to roll out LinkedIn audio to the creators. Hopefully one day I'll get it. And I've listened to many audio meetings, like, these social audio meetings, and they're fantastic. You can learn some amazing stuff from people, but oh my God, people are not holding planks. That's for sure. They just go on and on and on. And when they get the mic, you cannot shut them up. So, I make a prediction. All of these, I think one of them already does it. It's a platform called Wisdom. They already have a counter where anybody that speaks, apart from the two hosts, if somebody comes in and wants to make a point, they've only got so many seconds to make their point. And after that, they're just cut off automatically. And so anyway, that's the equivalent of holding a plank, I guess.
Yeah. So, that's a big focus, improving your communication. It was something that was drummed into me as a strategy consultant very early on. Imagine you have to pay £1,000 or $1,000 per word you use on a document. You'll start using a lot less words, right? Because sometimes we just add it. It's the old Mark Twain quote: "I wrote you a long letter because I didn't have time to write you a short one." It's actually more skill to write a short communication than a long.
Yes, I like that. Love it. I wonder if you could do me a favor, because I understand IQ.
Yes.
Ideas. I understand FQ, focus.
Yeah.
The hardest one for me to get my head around a bit more, although I've heard what you said.
Yeah.
Could you go in a little bit more depth, EQ? Because for me, that seems to be the most grayish area to me.
It is. It can be a gray area, and for some people, it's more natural than others. But it can be taught. Now, and everything I do is at a company level, but also an individual level. Let's talk at the individual level to bring this to life. Now, EQ is someone who's got great EQ is someone who's really good at being a people person. Think about the people you've met in your group of friends or your work. There is usually one or two people who just seems to galvanize people, seems to be in tune. Now, that for me is EQ. And I talked about, when I set up the equation, I said it's about the ability to take others with you.
Yeah.
Now, at the heart of it is being able to flex your style. Okay.
Right.
Is being able to see, are my words and what I'm doing now being effective on Michael? If not, I need to adapt and meet what Michael needs.
Right.
Okay. Now, this could be you go into a meeting and you realize that the other person loves numbers, loves facts and figures. Right. So the best way to communicate with that person is bring in lots of facts and figures, bring in a spreadsheet, show them the numbers. Right. But you might be in a meeting straight after to talk about the same topic with someone else who hates spreadsheets.
Yeah.
They're a big picture thinker. They love pictures. They love talking. They actually don't want to see any document. So the onus is on you to flex, to communicate in the way they want. right? And people give clues around how they like to be communicated. They give it in the way they talk, the way they interact with you. You know, people often say to me on an email, should I start the day? Should I start with "How are you? How was your weekend?" or should I get straight to the point? I said it really depends on the other person, right? Some people hate it when you write because they're to the point and they're like, why are they asking me about my day? I couldn't care less about their day. But someone else will be offended if you don't write, how was your day? And I said, the clue is look at their emails. How do they start to you? You mirror them, right? So it's small things like that about being, you know, and so understand people around you better, find connections. There's a simple fact that when human beings find something in common with each other, they are more likely to have a productive relationship. Okay, so any meeting I run or any team event, I will start off with a little bit of an activity where people find out about each other. And it doesn't have to take long and it doesn't have to be onerous, but it's amazing how powerful. I'll tell you a story about a client I'm working with where they were a bunch of individuals. They weren't a team because they were all alpha individuals who were hired to do specific roles that they were very good at. Yeah. But it just so happens that their performance went down as a team. Because during the pandemic, because they were no longer co-located, so they could no longer ask each other questions, which they didn't realize was actually part of teamwork.
Right.
So what I needed to do was get them to be a team, but because they were alpha type people, they had no interest. So one person had no interest in learning anything about the person next to them. I was fascinated. I remember asking someone early on. I always have a one-on-one, and I said to the person, do you know anything about the person who sits next to you? Do you know, do they, if they have children? Do they have? And he said, no, I don't know. I said, how long have you been sat next to him? He said, about 10 years. I said, wow, you don't care.
That's incredible.
It's incredible. So not only did he not know, he didn't care. So I had to find a way for them to care without realizing. So I'd use these sort of icebreakers and energizers at the start of the game and made them competitive. So they thought it was all about the competition, but actually it was about learning about each other.
Yeah.
So within 6 months, they actually started to know about each other. They started to ask about each other's families. They started to know how the other person liked, whether they liked mornings or nights, whether they liked emails or phone calls. And you know what happened? Their performance began to improve as a team. They began making more money than they'd ever made. Now, this wasn't a coincidence, right? This is because we were increasing the levels of EQ in the team.
Yeah.
But I had to do it on the sly, whereas other teams, they want to actually know and they're invested, and that's easier. But that's what it is, right? So improve the EQ and you will go much further together than being alone.
Thank you very much. That's really is a wonderful explanation of how, and I love that story. I mean, I find it incredible. I mean, you might be interested in actually listening to a podcast I did with a guy in America called Ron Stickler.
Yeah.
And he's written a book. He's in his 70s and he's lost his voice. So talk about being determined to be on podcast. He uses a voice recorder thing that speaks for him on podcasts.
Wow.
It was a challenge to produce it, but we did it. And he does many of them regularly. And he's written a book called Prosperity, Personality, Recognition. And he has just 4 categories. I know there's all these different tests available, but I'd never heard about this one in particular. And he has got, let me think now, he's got like drivers, analytical, analysts, craftsmen, and persuaders. And immediately, I've read his book, I've been learning about this, but also when you talked about this guy who didn't know anything about his neighbor that he sat next to for 10 years, and he didn't care, which is the other thing. To me, he was a driver because that's exactly the personality of a driver. He's just driven to do certain things his way for himself. He doesn't really care about people around him that much. Now, it doesn't mean that he doesn't deep down care about a fellow human co-worker, but it's just his makeup or her makeup is that they're just driven in a certain direction. So yeah, I mean, it's so important. Relationships, I'm so fortunate because I have lots of guests that talk about the human condition and relationships and how we got empathy. My last podcast guest was all about empathy for each other. We just don't have that anymore. The division that's occurring in the world as well. So I'm so pleased that you're out there trying to get people to change just in a little bit, to kind of recognize, and the EQ sounds an amazing tool to do that.
Yeah, I mean, my vision is to make, a small part of the world a little bit more effective than it was the day before. And that includes myself. And if that's helping with EQ or helping with focus or helping with ideas, then that's a great place to be.
A place where I think you should definitely be, and I'm not meaning this to be a political discussion, but you should be in Downing Street. You should get those people being able to work together with each other. Oh, incredible. They have some problems, major problems.
Well, dream big. Who knows? In a year from now, Michael, we'll do another podcast, and we'll do it from Downing Street.
Well, I would love that. Yeah. Anybody listening, please refer Faris to Downing Street. Okay, Faris, is there anything that I haven't asked that you haven't shared yet that you would like to share before you share where people can find you?
Hey, Michael, I am fully confident we could speak for another 2 hours and cover many more exciting topics. It's been a real pleasure. Yeah, I always say, let's just carry on the conversation. Me and you, me and your listeners, you and your listeners. Then the more people that are talking, the better, as far as I'm concerned.
I'll tell you what we'll do is I have an idea for you. When I get LinkedIn audio, social audio.
Yeah.
Right, you're on LinkedIn, aren't you?
I am. Yeah.
Let's and for the listeners, keep in touch with us. If you're up for it, we'll do a live social audio thing inside LinkedIn. We'll get some people to come and listen, and we can have a little bit of a discussion with people and find out what some of their issues are, because these are all business people. I'm sure they have lots of these kind of challenges, and we could just give them a little snippet of the kind of things they could do for themselves. So thank you. Where can people find you? How can they get in touch with you?
Well, they can find me on LinkedIn if they look up Faris Aranki. I spend a lot of time there, so you can interact with me. Or you can come and find all about me and my company at my company, which is called Sheer Ghetto. And the website is www.sheerghetto.com. And Sheer Ghetto is SHIAGETO. It's for all you Japanese enthusiasts out there. It's the Japanese word for a sharpening stone, because that's a metaphor for what me and my business do. We sharpen other businesses.
I love that. And tell us how the name came about.
It came about because I was looking for a company name, and lots of the English ideas I came up with had already gone in terms of websites and were registered. And so I decided to switch languages, and I tried names in Arabic and Spanish. And I remember testing them on some friends, and particularly the Arabic ones. I got some honest feedback that the name sounded a bit terroristy in their own words, which is the kind of harsh, but the feedback you want from your friends before you. And then one day I was making a salad with a knife that was dull, and I reached for my sheer ghetto. I didn't know it was called a sheer ghetto at the time, to sharpen my knife. And suddenly I had this light bulb moment. I said, hang on a minute, this is a metaphor for my company. Let's research what the Japanese word for a sharpening stone is.
Wow.
And eureka.
But why were you looking for a Japanese word? Just because you wanted a different language?
No, I was using I had a Japanese set of knives and a Japanese stone. And I knew the Japanese took it very seriously. And actually, I spent 4 hours researching, because the Japanese have 6 different names for sharpening stones, depending on their granularity and what they're used for. So this is how passionate the Japanese are. So I thought I would embrace that passion and pick the finest stone, which is the sheer ghetto.
Sheer ghetto. I love that. That's brilliant. Okay, well, I'll make sure to share all of those details in the show notes so people can find you all across social and your website as well. And thank you so much for coming on the podcast. I loved it.
Thank you for having me, Michael.
Take care. I'll be in touch.
All the best.
Bye for now. If you've enjoyed this podcast, please rate, subscribe, and share at will. I'm always looking for more listeners and guests, so do get in touch, please. You can find me pretty easily by searching for Staying Alive UK. Thank you.
Staying Alive UK.
Kia ora koutou, no mai, haere mai. Greetings and welcome to this EHF live session. Edmund Hillary Fellowship, it's a collective of entrepreneurs, scientists, storytellers, creatives and investor change makers who want to make an impact globally from Aotearoa, New Zealand. And under this session today, you are going to hear from Kate and Harmon, and Matthew is going to curate the whole session. It's a 90-minute session. But firstly, these are informal sessions and they're planned in a way that when you leave here after the 90 minutes, you feel you know the fellows and our guest speakers on a personal level, and you can understand what they're trying to do here in New Zealand, and that then you can connect with them directly afterwards. The recording will be on our website for you to download and watch and to send on to other people. So stay muted while the conversation's going, and then Matthew can curate some Q&A, and you can also put comments and questions in the chat as we're going along. Over to you, Matthew.
Kia ora, Michelle. Thank you so much for hosting this space. I'm just going to open us with a quick karakia. Kia hora te marino, kia whakapapa paunama umoana, ki hararara ma tautau I te ranginai, aroha atu aroha mai, tātou I ai, tātou katoa, hi u taike. Basically, that's just saying, may peace be widespread, may the sea be like a greenstone, a pathway for us all to stay. Let us show and respect for each other, for one another, bind us all together. And I like to open up with that karakia really simply because of the fact that, you know, I think climate and biodiversity is something that we're all dealing with as individuals. And in particular, it's hard sometimes to understand the work Harmon and I are doing, but it really is about water security at the end of the day, because it is such the lifeblood of the way that we live. You know, we talk about the divine principle of the amount of water that's made up in the world is almost identical to the amount of water that's made up in the body. And so, you know, today I will give you a quick overview of what we're going to cover, and then we'll kind of jump straight into it. So can everybody see my screen? If you're muted, then I can't hear anything.
Yes, we can see it.
Great. Okay, so we'll start with some introductions. We're really privileged to have a foreword by Owen Gaffney, who is also part of the fellowship. I'll take some time to set the context, and from there, Kate's going to cover off really what our commitment is to Te Tiriti o Waitangi. We're going to cover off the planetary accounting network and the work that Kate's doing, and recontextualizing for us, I guess from Harmon and I's perspective, and why we're so interested in planetary accounting, is that we have looked at climate from the perspective of waste and carbon, but really it's so much more important than that when you look at the planetary accounting boundaries. And Kate has created a framework that actually allows us to bring that down to a project level. And from there, what we're going to do is apply some of that work, of her work, to a practical example, looking at both what is the status quo and what does a circular system look like. And at that point in time, Harmon's going to take us through what does it look like to build, I guess, an integrated waste treatment system that's fully circular at a regional level, and looking at examples around agriculture and around how by collaborating and opening up our discussions across industry verticals and across councils, we can actually look at climate change holistically in a region. From there, we're going to go into a question time, and we'll do an experiment. Hopefully people are kind of familiar with Miro now that we've been in the pandemic, and we'll get to do some interaction, and then cover off kind of how we want to work with us before just closing karakia. So that will be the overview for today. And into introductions. Dr. Kate Meyer, we first came across Kate's work when we were looking at the incredible work that she'd done at Becker as head of sustainability there. And Harmon and I were fortunate to meet Kate inside of the Creative Accelerator Climate Exchange acceleration program that's just ended. And from there, we realized like how much her work was relevant to what we were doing. And then my co-founder Haman, we met at the beginning of his EHF journey, and he's now based in Christchurch, New Zealand. Has moved here with his family and 2 daughters. Just absolute privilege to be able to work with him and on this journey. And myself, Matthew Jackson, toko ingoa, no koe aho e waihara keke te waipunama o Aotearoa, ko waikara te awa e maha nei aku maraharara, ko tungaringo te maunga e te rai e taku nakau, e mihi ana kina toto kina toho nehe tamiki makare e wai anaho anu. I was born in Blenheim, which is where we're going to be building a demonstration plant just a little bit to the side of that in Nelson. My heart cries because of the challenges we're seeing with Waikato River at the moment. And much like Kate loves her time on a mountain, Tongariro is where I love to snowboard and love my time, but now I respect the place I live in, which is Tamaki Makaurau in Auckland. So with that, I'm just going to share my screen again and let us open this space with a foreword from Owen Gaffney. Owen is he has been involved in creating the planetary boundary guidelines, works at the Stockholm Resilience Centre. He's also oh my gosh, I can't even recall the number of things that he's involved with when it comes to communications around climate change. But he's on the Institute for Climate Impact Research and the Global Commons Alliance. So a bit of a mouthful, but it's incredible the work that he's doing, and we're just really privileged to have him be involved in providing a forward. So I'll share my screen and let's see if we can get that up.
Action.
Hey, hi there, Kate. Hi there, Matthew. Hi, everyone at EHF. Wonderful to be here. So it's been 13 years since the publication of the Planetary Boundaries Framework back in 2009, which was a landmark achievement. For the first time, we had an Earth system framework for a stable operating system for humanity, for civilization, a stable operating system for humanity, and that we know that for the previous 10,000 years, that has been the only state we know that civilization can thrive. And what's interesting about the boundaries framework is that it wasn't a single boundary identified, it wasn't 1,000 boundaries identified, it was 9 boundaries identified as the key priorities for humanity. But then, as it was published, we also announced that we'd crossed 3 of those boundaries related to climate change, biodiversity and biogeochemical cycles, our use of phosphorus and nitrogen in agriculture mainly. Since 2009, the boundaries has been updated in full boundaries assessment updated in 2015, and there we showed that in fact a 4th boundary had been crossed relating to land use, particularly deforestation. And now here in 2022, 2 new papers have emerged announcing that we've crossed 2 more boundaries, one for novel entities, chemical pollution, plastics, and the second for water use, for soil moisture, as the water cycle is changing as a result of human activity. So there we have it. So we have 9 planetary boundaries. We've now transgressed 6 of those boundaries. We're in the danger area. This is now a priority for humanity to come back within a safe operating space, which is why it is so important that we work to downscale the boundaries at national levels, at regional levels, and at the level for companies and businesses to operate within boundaries. This is why the work being done with the on any downscaling is absolutely critically important. It's some of the most important work being done on Earth today. Thank you.
Well, I don't know about you, but when Owen sent that through to me this morning, I was just a little bit shocked, right? And kind of in terms of the context setting for today's session, the not, Owen was referring to the fact that now novel entities and biogeological flows of kind of are crossing these boundaries, then that land system change is just kind of becoming out of control. And when you look at what's happening in our media, what we're asking the question of is, well, look, ultimately, who is going to be paying the cost for that change, and how do we actually create new systems, both to procure different outcomes, but also from a new economic framework, not have a direct impact on all of our economy in a way that will bankrupt our ratepayers. Right now, the reality is it's affecting everybody, and where Haman and our team member Marcus is based, we're seeing major political issues when it comes to kind of the use of infrastructure, and really what we're trying to say is that from a circular perspective, if we cross over boundaries and start to look from a procurement lens on all of the planetary boundary guidelines, we'll start to look at different solutions. And in the case of Canterbury, we can see that they're dealing with issues around odor, they're dealing with issues around the capital cost of new infrastructure, the emissions liability, and across the country, we need to transition to more clean and green energy, right? But at the same time, we're facing major problems in our primary sector, right? We're seeing this agricultural greenhouse gas footprint is now becoming something that's really relevant for and is actually going to start costing farmers over the next 3 or 4 years. We have a major mental health issue with our farmers who have been criticized and scapegoated, but actually some of the most land-loving people that I've ever met. But we are seeing nitrates in our water harming public health, and expecting new water regulation and the consolidation of water infrastructure to make a huge difference on the way that we're managing infrastructure in New Zealand. Because actually we've seen major issues when it comes to the discharge and the management of our wastewater systems in New Zealand as well. And really seeing significant blowouts in regional budgets when it comes to renewal of infrastructure, of building infrastructure. But when it comes to building that infrastructure, we're still building it based on what we would consider last generation or industrial generation systems. And so really, we are facing a crisis that we're going to need to think differently about the way that we build new systems, and what consequence that will have. So today we're going to talk a little bit to Kate about how she sees, or what her worldview is when it comes to actually looking at systems, not looking at them just from a climate lens and a carbon perspective, but actually what it's a more holistic way of looking at how do we solve climate when it takes into consideration biodiversity. And I think that's more than enough for me. Actually, the stars of the show here today are Kate and Haman, and I'd love to hand over to Kate to start to take us through a little bit about the Planetary Accounting Network.
Thanks, Matthew. Just trying to find my unmute button and share my screen. Kia ora tato. It's really nice to have been invited by Matthew to come along and take part in this kōrero today. I guess just reflecting on that video, it's nothing new, that I operate in this planetary accounting space full-time, planetary boundary space full-time. But I have to say that just hearing that update from Owen was a little bit emotional, actually. I think every time I kind of go back and update slides that are more than a year or so old, the dial has shifted so fast that it's quite alarming. And actually, I was chatting to my 8-year-old about it a couple of weeks ago, and he said, Mum, I don't want to be a planetary accountant when I grow up, because it's just really depressing. And I think, while I try to, I think we all need to just maintain a really forward-looking attitude. It does sometimes actually get to me like that, and that was one of those moments. But really cool that he sent that through for us. I just want to, I guess, start today by sharing this whakatauki, te parahita o te putaya, which means the life circle of the environment. And so it goes, kia tō te rangi Māori o te rangi e tuiho nei, o papatua nuku e takato nei, o te taia o e awhi nei, ki ranga i a tātou tihe wā Moriora. And what it sort of, the meaning translates to say that it's really only when the spiritual world and the heavens and the physical world are brought together by the active participation of the kaitiaki, of the guardians, can there be true peace and well-being. And I guess that's really the basis for all the work that I do. You know, I think I was talking to an incredible lady last week from Ngāti Toa when I was up in Wellington for the accelerator program, and she was talking about her ancestors who were so in touch with the environment that they could accurately predict the weather about 3 years out. Not 3 years, that would be amazing, but 3 weeks, which is still pretty incredible. I live in Wanaka, and as Matthew alluded to, I'm a pretty keen skier, and I don't even trust the weather forecast a day out, you know, that we're doing with these, you know, quite advanced computer models. And, you know, I think the problem with this whakatauki is that it's really true that we can only sort of succeed if we can all participate in that kaitiaki and that guardianship. But actually, that's very difficult to do these days. Life has become so removed from the environment. You know, our clothes arrive in buildings on hangers. You know, we go into air-conditioned sheds or supermarkets to get our food. And so although I think there's this huge drive, you know, from consumers and businesses to shift the dial and move into that sustainability space, it's actually really difficult to do that. I think there are two major problems. I think the first is that many people are still very focused on climate and actually don't even understand that full perspective of the planetary boundaries. But then even for those that do understand it, actually, they don't have the tools to do anything about it. As Matthew mentioned, I was the sustainability director at Becker until recently, and so I spent a lot of time speaking with business leaders over the past few years about their sustainability aspirations and challenges. And you know, the message is really consistent: is that they're really struggling to make the right decisions, and also they're terrified of kind of coming out and talking about sustainability because there's this huge movement in businesses being accused of greenwashing by making sort of unsubstantiated claims. I've also spent a lot of time talking to central and local government, mostly in New Zealand over the past couple of years, but it's really similar. They're also struggling, and from that perspective, it's really how to prioritise and take a really systemic view of the problem. There's, I think, becoming more and more clarity that that's what's needed, but it's really difficult to do. And actually, you know, I was just chatting to some of the sustainability leads at Dunedin last week, and they said, you know, it's so hard because we want to do this, but then we're like, well, what if there are unintended consequences, and how can we really understand what the outcomes of the different decisions we make are going to be? And then, you know, speaking to consumers, and I've actually run some really interesting focus groups with consumers quite recently, and for them it's, you know, they're motivated to make better choices, but actually it's really hard to do that, and they're really concerned that, you know, they don't feel enabled to take action, but they're not seeing businesses or governments move at the pace that's needed. And so there's, you know, this sort of three different sort of player groups, if you like, all facing these really big challenges. And I think from my perspective, you know, I've been working in the sustainability space for about 15 years, and really as soon as I started working in that space, I was like, man, you know, what I've learned about sustainability through the science and what we're seeing people do in reality is just not really related at all. And I was, you know, really quite concerned about that, and I actually started tinkering around in my spare time trying to create a little tool that would help to address this. But actually, you know, the problem is is huge. It's a huge gap and a really complex problem. And so in 2013, I left my job as a sustainable building designer and started to say, well, what could we actually do about this in real terms? And almost immediately landed on the planetary boundaries framework. And, it was that, somebody's actually, put the numbers around this. My background is engineering, and I love numbers. And I think at that stage felt like if we could just quantify sustainability, we'd all be okay. And, and then, I guess it just emphasizes that disconnect that the planetary boundaries was published in 2009. And it wasn't until I actually went from the business world into the academic world that I heard of them, because it was such an exciting thing for me to say, okay, well, we've quantified it, so now what do we do? And I think the planetary boundaries work is perhaps the most important sort of publication that there is, because it really sets out the challenge very clearly. We need to respect these 9 priority areas if we want to avoid, fundamentally changing the planet. The problem is that this is an incredibly important health check, but it actually doesn't really help to unpick what to do about it. And so, and Owen talking about, this downscaling, there's a need to take these from that global scale and say, okay, well, what do we do about it? And I think the best way to sort of understand that challenge is to imagine you were going to visit the doctor. And the doctor would, measure your heart rate and your blood pressure and weigh you. And then, imagine if she turned to you and shook her head and said, oh, it's very bad news. You're obese. Your blood pressure's through the roof. You have tachycardia. And then said, okay, thank you, have a nice day, and sent you out the room. And I think, the planetary boundaries is that health check. It says, we have a really big problem, and this is where the problem is, and here are our focus areas. And so what I set out to do once I discovered it is to say, well, okay, so what is the prescription? What are the tangible actions that we need to do so that we can translate that to the scales that we actually make decisions? Because I'd say nobody in the world is making decisions at that global scale. And so I came up with a framework that I called planetary accounting that helps people to determine what they can do to play their role in returning us to within the planetary boundaries. And so it works at every different scale, addressing that business level, those government levels, and those individual levels. And so I was working on this, and then I thought, man, this is pretty neat. I think this could be amazing, but who am I to try and translate this incredible global framework that was developed by all these incredible scientists? And so I actually started calling them up and said, I'd like to come and visit you and get your input on this framework. And there was such a positive response from the global scientific community. It was actually blew my mind how warm and welcoming everybody was. And so my husband quit his job, and we packed our children into a caravan, and we spent a whole year traveling around Europe to go and visit all of these incredible scientists. And so I got to spend a couple of weeks with Will Steffen and Johan Rockstrom, sat in Johan Rockstrom's office for a few days working, and so got to be a fly on the wall for some meetings. And man, he's a pretty incredible person, but also took the framework around social scientists. Catherine Richardson at DTU, who's also one of the lead authors of Planetary Boundaries, the Water Footprint Network, Nitrogen Footprint Group, to really make sure that it was really scientifically rigorous what we were doing, but also that it was really connected into the social sciences around behaviour change and how you can actually, take science and put it into action with businesses and governments and people. So the way that it works is it basically translates the outcomes of the planetary boundaries into global budgets. Now it looks really nice and simple with a little pink arrow, as if that was a kind of a linear translation. In behind there is a pretty complex diagram of chaos. But what it means is that there are these global budgets and environmental currencies that we can use, a little bit like carbon accounting with science-based carbon accounting. So like carbon accounting, we can say, look, we want to avoid global warming of 1.5 degrees. And so here's a global budget, and then we can start sharing it up, and we can look at the carbon footprint of a product or a project or a company or a person, and compare that with those global limits. Planetary accounting lets you take that approach across all of the planetary boundaries. And so I guess for those of you who don't sort of sit in the environmental accounting space, there's two reasons that that planetary accounting really is a bit game changing. What you can do at the moment is you can either do something like a life cycle assessment, or you might have heard of environmental product disclosures, where you get a whole host of complex environmental data and lots of complicated metrics, but there's no context. And actually, to be honest, you really frankly need a PhD in environmental accounting to even understand it at face value. Even with that, there's no context to say, are these numbers good or bad? You can only compare them to, is it better than another product? Or you can get quite good context around carbon, but then you get a really narrow lens for decision making. And so planetary accounting simplifies that broader environmental data and puts the context around it so that it can be as straightforward as carbon accounting, but with that holistic planetary lens. I'm not going to speak to this slide in a lot of detail. I'm just going to whiz through it, but basically just to give you an idea of the variety of things that you could do with it. You could take the Paris Agreement negotiations and expand them to biodiversity and all of these other indicators. There's actually a report called the Safe Operating Space for Aotearoa that translates the planetary boundaries to New Zealand, and it sends a message that we're well beyond them, which is no surprise. But planetary accounting would help to inform roadmaps for national action plans, or future scenarios and roadmaps at city or regional level. We're doing some neat work around some complex systems like global food models. How would you meet nutritional needs within the planet's limits? You could put financial value against each of those currencies. You can use it for sustainable product design, for corporate science-based targets that go beyond carbon, really to look at the impacts of local action. And we're doing a really neat program called Planetary Facts that I'll tell you a little bit more about later on. But the neat thing about it is that it isn't just able to operate at these different levels, but it actually brings them all together so that what we can do at these really big, national and international scales can connect up with some of that local action, and we're all sort of pushing the dial in the same direction. I'm going to pause here and pass on to Herman, who is going to share a bit of a case study, which I'm quite excited to see because I haven't seen where this has got to. So over to you, Herman.
Thank you so much, Kate. And I'm going to take some help from my colleague Matthew here. So Matthew, if you could just share screen, then I could jump into it. Right, so the fascinating thing about the work that Kate's been doing is when we were engineering a solution, there were some things that we knew intuitively, but which we struggled to quantify. And today we can look at the work that we're doing with the filter of the planetary accounting network based on the planetary boundaries, and begin to recognize what those impacts are. And this is important because it then helps us to recognize what are the practical interventions, both from an operational perspective, from arguably a political perspective, and an engineering perspective, can be done to devise a solution that is hopefully a little better and has less of a negative impact on our natural world. So as a starting point, we look at a farm, and this makes sense contextually in New Zealand because the primary sector is one of the largest generators of employment and also a key part of New Zealand's exports. But that being said, also the single largest emitter. So definitely a sensitive industry to be speaking about, but I thought a worthwhile place to start. So if we look at the left of this farm system, we see that we have inputs that go into a farm, primarily in the form of fertilizer and water. Matthew, if you could reduce that screen a little bit, please. Zoom out slightly. And so there's water and fertilizer that goes into a farm. But when we look at what's happening before the time that fertilizer gets to the farm gate, we see that there is mining for minerals and fossil fuel. And mining as an activity obviously has an impact on land use. It leads to land use change, causes toxic waste. These are, I think, what in the planetary accounting framework are referred to as novel entities. There's also a negative environmental footprint from the combustion of fossil fuel, but I think that's a concept everyone understands really well. The parts that we're beginning to struggle with are the way we farm today, and that's not just New Zealand, but around the world. Industrial agriculture also leads to a depletion in soil quality. It leads to a degradation in the ability for soil to provide nutrients to plants. It depletes the ability of cohabiting microorganisms in their ability to keep soil healthy. So that could also be quantified as a biodiversity loss. And the tragedy of all of this is the typical human response then is to use even more fertilizer and more water to solubilize this, to add it to soil, in the belief that that is what will lead to a consistent or a higher crop yield. But that isn't true. And then you have the flow-on effects out of farm, which are now understood in terms of the nitrogen use, the phosphorus use, and also the waste that are produced by primary industry. There's also, within a regional framework, the need for these farms to send their produce to cities. And these cities then have requirements of infrastructure all their own. And here, typically, what we'll find is that there is green waste infrastructure, there are wastewater treatment plants, there's an energy requirement of a council to operate these facilities. And there's obviously a footprint associated with this energy use. And this is, again, has an impact in terms of essentially greenhouse gas emissions. And those can be found either in terms of the actual emissions from the waste that goes to landfill, but also in the energy use to manage and operate such systems. So this is business as usual. This is what happens on a day-to-day business, this is on a day-to-day functioning of the way we live. But when we look at it in the context of planetary boundaries, we begin to see that these impacts are now felt on the local ecology. There is water use, there is a decrease in biodiversity, there is an increase in emissions. These emissions are both in the form of carbon dioxide, which we understand conventionally, but also in the form of methane and nitrous oxide, which have significantly higher global warming potential as compared to carbon dioxide. And there's also the persistence of these novel entities that are created either through the direct use of these products or in the manufacturing processes to create these products that linger within our natural environment for unimaginably long periods of time. So this is business as usual. This is what is happening in the 21st century. And while the problem statement isn't new, and while it's great to apply the planetary boundaries as a guideline to inform what we do, the question we often get asked is, well, what can we do? It's all about the economy, stupid. And that's the part which we've begun to recognize is something that we're all struggling with. So there is business as usual. There's everything that we know conventionally. There are the entire systems that are set up, everything that we're familiar with. And while we're cognizant of the fact that our current way of life is not sustainable, we often grapple with what a potential solution could look like. So here we've taken a stab at it. It's something that we're seeking to do in New Zealand. It is what has essentially brought me to New Zealand as an Edmund Hillary Fellow, in the hopes that we can create an alternative means and a method of dealing with our organic waste, particularly, such that we might form one small part of a solution that enables us then to live within the planetary boundaries, right? So in such a system, what we perceive it to be, now that's our logo at the top, but that is what we're using as a placeholder for an integrated waste treatment plant, or an IWTP. So as the name suggests, what an IWTP does is it processes all the organic wastes that are available within a region. Now, while I won't delve too much into the technology of this IWTP and how it works, what it seeks to do essentially is utilize a conventionally well understood process of biomethanation, but with a little bit of operational and systems engineering that allows it to deal with the vagaries in the supply chain of biomass or available organics, and also with changing weather conditions, such that there is a slightly more consistent level of operation. Now, such a system, what it does is the inputs to this integrated waste treatment plant come both from the city level, which includes the likes of the green waste and the wastewater sludge that comes from councils, but also the waste from farm, which includes manure, which includes crop residues, which includes some degree of spoilage of produce, and also significantly from the primary sector, a large part of the waste that the primary sector generates. So examples of this in New Zealand would be dairy processing sludge. It would be offal from meatworks. It's things like mussel shells and fish heads, and in some cases, entire fish that don't meet human consumption standards. It includes crop residues, of which a significant quantity is burnt every year. So all of this then gets sent to the IWTP in the region. And here it is about what is locally available, because again, we recognize that there is an environmental cost associated with the transport. So we would like to minimize this as far as possible. And all these inputs go to an IWTP. And like I said at the start, it works in a conventional biomethanation process, but it puts out essentially energy and a digestate. And this digestate is, in essence, the nutrients that are required on farm. However, since this is organic in nature, and it also contains what we would call good microbes, these seek to address the imbalances that have been created in our natural systems, help to restore organic carbon in soil, help to create a healthy environment for other microorganisms and other smaller creatures to migrate back to soil, and also reduce the amount of water use on farm. And so here what we begin to see is that we can, with a slightly more considerate approach, be sensitive to our local environment and start living within the planetary boundaries, while still meeting the requirements that we have in terms of managing our organic waste, ensuring public health metrics are met. ensuring that we have potable water supply. And without an overreach in terms of what we can achieve through some fantastical technological intervention to do something that will suddenly save us because technology is going so fast. That, I think, is a fallacy. It's important to call that out. It's what the Planetary Accounting Network and the Planetary Boundary Guidelines serve to show us is that we need to engineer the way we live to comply with what the biophysical limits of the Earth are. And through such, what on the face of it seems like a simple intervention, we can collapse the need to send any of our waste to landfill. We avoid the emissions associated from the landfill itself. We avoid the emissions associated with the transport of waste to landfill. And we avoid the wasteful practice of intensive mining that is required to support the kind of industrial agriculture that we take for granted as a way of life today. And this is a rather simple example. In terms of realistically what is happening in New Zealand, some of you may be aware, some of you might not, but there are several regions in New Zealand where waste is transported over 300 or 400 kilometers to a landfill in another region. And that's because some region somewhere has consented the use of a landfill and another region elsewhere has not. And so therefore, the only option then is to transport waste from one region to another, to dump it into a hole in the ground. Tragically, that's going to make no real impact on what it means for the council that's sending its waste elsewhere, but it just speaks to the NIMBY or the not in my backyard culture that is so pervasive across the globe, really. With that, we can now look at perhaps taking any questions that the audience may have. If there are any specifics that anybody would like to ask Kate or Matthew or myself, then we're happy to answer these.
Can I, so I'm just going to do a small experiment, Kate and Haman, thank you so much for that talk. I am going to share the Miro board in the chat, and I'm taking a risk, but you know, we're living on you know, in this environment where we have to operate digitally, so I'd love it if we could get some interaction here. And I highly encourage you to participate by clicking on this link that I've just shared with everybody. Now, I'll give you another one just in case that one doesn't work. All right, so share screen. One of the things that happens in these spaces is that there's so many people, but so many questions. And what I'd really love to do is to see if there's any groups of questions. Okay, so I am unlocking a little question board down here that you should be able to see now. And if you can see my screen, you can see you can grab these little question marks and you can go and drop them onto the board. So what I'd really like is if you can grab your question marks and drop them into the location that you have a question or a challenge or something that you're interested in for us to talk about, and we'll start to see whether there's any groups there, okay? And my request is that we do this for 2 minutes and you've got 3 question marks. So yeah, let's get to it. Great to see some visiting artists. I'm going to stop that share for the time being and go back to conversations and take some inspiration from Michelle, who has been at the beginning of this was very good at curating a listening space. I don't even know what to say, to be honest with you, apart from referring back to Dallas, who was the one that curated the bookshelf in the background around a lightning talk that she had to do the other night, where she was doing some co-training with somebody, and they their slides messed up. They're like, hey, can you throw up a lightning talk? And she ended up doing off the cuff a lightning talk on the New Zealand and Ireland rugby game, coaching government employees in Singapore around how to use agility. So yeah, I don't know, I have to learn something from the way that she was able to masterfully interlude and take on the lightning talk so quickly. I can see in the background still some movement going, so I'll give it another 30 seconds. Oh, I may not have dropped or locked all of the boards. Sometimes these experiments go well, sometimes they don't. Don't worry if you break anything, guys. It's all fixable. Okay, are we seeing any trends yet? So we've got some questions around sludge. Okay, I'm going to bring that board up and share screen for a second, and then get us back into this talk. Okay, so from what I can tell, looks like we've got questions around nutrients, wastewater sludge, and actually more questions about the technology. Does anybody want to come off mute and ask the question about the technology that they were interested in?
Sorry, I'll just jump in. Hi, kia ora, I'm Nikki Solomon. My question is the technology that is being suggested here anaerobic digestion or something different?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And so I guess then my question is, obviously, there are projects happening around the place that are including anaerobic digestion. So I guess my question is, are we talking about anaerobic digestion but assessed more holistically within the planetary accounting framework, or are we talking about a next generation anaerobic digestion, or I guess what's different is kind of my question.
Yes, fantastic question, Nikki, thank you. So what's different is, yes, there is a risk that we end up trying to create bioenergy solutions at a very large scale, which is what has typically happened in other parts of the world. And then they become dependent on certain market interventions, and those don't necessarily lead to the desired outcomes. For us, the desired outcome at a primary level is to address the organics part of the story. So looking at it as the first lens is in terms of waste minimization, but also in terms of emissions reduction, and then thirdly, also in terms of the nutrient return to natural living systems. In terms of what's different technologically, I can't divulge much, but it's simple and interventions essentially to address the challenges around very large scale anaerobic digesters, which then typically can work on only one type of feedstock and are then sensitive to any changes to the digestive environment, either in form of a contaminant or a reduction in supply. So here it's about building it to a minimum viable size. So how small can you go? That's one. Second, to address the variability, can you process more than one feedstock? So you can process different types of organics in a single system. Does that answer your question sufficiently?
Yes, that's great. Thank you. And sorry, I should have, I don't want to take too much time, but just quickly to explain the context, I'm leading a program initiative in Hawke's Bay, which is about bringing food producers, more manufacturers than growers, but probably we have to expand the scope together to collaborate around sustainability, particularly value from waste. And so bioenergy is kind of on the radar, obviously, but the complexities that you guys have identified are kind of where I think we get stuck. So yeah, I'd be really keen to pick up the conversation subsequent rather than taking your time now, but thank you, that's a great answer.
Thank you, Nikki. We'll be in touch. Any more questions?
So any more questions on technology? There was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 people that put something there. So is there anybody else that would like to ask a question on that prior to moving off to looking at sludge or nutrients?
Hi, Tony Moore, Christchurch City Council. Just a real quick question. You've obviously proposed, you've got a new technology or solution there, and I just wonder if you could share where it's being used and what the results have been. So is it actually built, in play, running, operating, and how that's going?
Yes. Hi, so we're currently in the process of building our first technology demonstrator for a council in New Zealand. I don't know if I'm at liberty to name names. I'd probably defer to Matthew for that. But yes, we're building our first technology demonstrator in New Zealand as we speak.
Yeah, I'm happy to cover that as well. Hey, thanks, Tony. That's a really good question. It is also one of the challenges that we have and why we're trying to apply a new lens to this, because we found over the last 12 months to try to address climate change conversations inside of council is actually quite difficult through what we would consider the RFP process. So while we're looking at anaerobic digestion in New Zealand, it actually hasn't had a big uptake because of the fact that the perceived return on investment is very low. So we don't see anaerobic digestion in industry because of the fact that they're processing a single feedstock, and then they don't want to necessarily to take a feedstock from a council to combine it. Whereas, and if you look at what the intention of the Edmund Hillary Fellowship is itself, is to bring, patent ideas and UN Sustainable Development Goal focused projects to New Zealand, to incubate them in the New Zealand environment and export them back to solve global problems. And so, one of the challenges we see as well is that Haman's background as a part of a significant consortium in India that has built and is building right now an anaerobic digestion system that's nearly 200 tons in scale. So when you're asking that type of question, we see two types of results depending on kind of where somebody's come from. Has it been built here before and therefore is it proven, or it hasn't been built here, therefore it's not proven and therefore we won't accept it. And what we're saying actually, and especially inside of the Climate Accelerator program with Creative HQ, is actually we need to take a step back and stop procuring our solutions based on the same frameworks and think about them more from an agility perspective, and look at what is the problem that we're trying to solve and how can we solve that iteratively rather than trying to solve it all at once. So for example, in Canterbury, we have a dairy producer that wants to get rid of DAF sludge, and we have a council with a green waste system that needs to be replaced. How can we work collaboratively with industry and council and then Environment Canterbury, for example, where there's a nitrates issue, to say, how are we all going to come together to leverage the R&D budgets that are coming out of government around emissions reduction, waste reduction, process heat, and sustainable land use, to do new types of projects, right? Leveraging the aims that council has, the R&D that can be done out of a site like Lincoln, the community, where the industry is going. We know we need to reform. So there's this momentum to do this type of work. But for example, with the council, we would say, look, what we're interested in is a piece of land and a waste stream, and then we'll take care of the rest. And those private-public partnerships really haven't been proven in that waste industry space yet. And so, there is a lot of things to take into consideration that don't really get asked through that traditional procurement process. And that's why we're holding these types of talks to start to reshape how we have those conversations.
Nice, thank you. Good explanation, Matthew. Matthew, I have a question here from Gary. So your system is primarily focused on solid organic wastes, and the Nelson pilot will be a great example for others once that's going. What do you think should be done with regard to recycling precious water as a non-potable water source for industry and agriculture across Aotearoa?
Hamana, is that something you want to take?
Yeah, I'll answer that. So when we say solid organics, organics by their very nature contain considerable moisture, unless we're talking about straw, which has been dried and baled. So most of the organics that go to an anaerobic digester already contain a lot of moisture. And in fact, anaerobic digestion is not as efficient with dry substrates as it is in substrates that contain moisture. So that's one part of it. Secondly, in terms of the water use, the tragedy with water in New Zealand currently is there should be no reason for New Zealand to struggle with water, because it's blessed with perhaps one of the highest per capita availability of fresh water anywhere in the world. The function of pollution in New Zealand's water system is a consequence of anthropogenic activities, primarily around water use by industry and water use on farm. And this is the part where, as we spoke about earlier, farmers get scapegoated for. So the wastewater system in New Zealand needs to be addressed. The wastewater treatment in New Zealand is still rudimentary in a lot of places. The fact of the matter is that council wastewater systems a lot of the time end up treating wastewater that is being discharged from primary industry and not from city council. And these rates then fall upon city dwellers rather than the primary industry that is discharging into those water networks to begin with. So there is no simple answer really to what we do with water in New Zealand, but yes, there's Three Waters reform that's coming up. A lot of what happens now will be determined by the technology choices that are made in terms of how that water is managed primarily. So I think there are two separate conversations here. But on the waste side of things, what we need to recognize is that if we process organics more efficiently, then we have essentially a free energy source to power a wastewater treatment system. And that is something that can be evidenced in any region in New Zealand. Pick one and I'll give you specifics.
I guess if I could have a supplementary question and maybe address it to Kate. I think the way you've explained the elementary systems approach to organic wastes, with some water, it would be very interesting to see the intersection of that with our wastewater cycle, just so because we're talking about similar consumers and similar producers, and I just feel it would be quite good for us to make sure that we don't ignore the two the blue and the green, if you like, or the blue and the brown, in terms of the planetary system. So maybe Kate could draw the diagram next time and sort of show how those two intersect, because we are using a lot of fresh water once, and if you look at Te Mana o Te Wai, which is behind so much of our reform, we have to be looking at multiple uses of the water if we're going to value it correctly under the planetary system, I suspect.
Yeah, I think that's spot on. It's really nice to see you, Gary. But I guess to that point, one of the things that was most debated in the development and planetary accounting is that addressing of sort of green, blue and grey water. And there's, I guess a couple of different schools of thought about how you look at water systems and, whether green water, so rainwater coming down, gets counted or not. But actually, when we are using green water, we're extracting that from the natural system, which I think is exactly the point you're making. And so the way that we quantify it in planetary accounting does include that green as well as blue. So water extracted from lakes and rivers and water aquifers and grey water, so the water pollution, I guess, if you like.
Yeah, I have long discussions to be had on this subject, but others are on the calls.
Absolutely.
Not on this call.
Thank you. Liam, I see you have your hand up.
Yeah, thank you. Kia ora koutou. I'm Liam. I'm a zero waste and circular economy advocate and researcher. Really appreciate the chance to have this kōrero. Thank you. Really, really interesting, fascinating and inspiring in some ways. But I just wanted to ask around how the system manages contaminants, speaking about this novel entities issue that we're talking about in the planetary boundaries framework, because one project I'm involved in at the moment, I've been looking at contamination of organic waste streams, and in particular, sewage sludge seems to be a very risky feedstock for these types of systems. And so I'm just really curious about how an integrated system, because I understand the rationale behind an integrated system, but how you would manage, once you sort of stick everything together into an integrated facility, how you actually manage those novel entities not ending up coming out the other end, especially if we're using this in our food systems and agriculture and that sort of thing. So yeah, wondering if someone could speak to that issue.
So Kate, would you like to address that first, or?
I think that's a technology one for you, really.
Thanks, Liam. That comes up very often. And yes, it's a great point. It is something we're mindful of. So what we focus on in terms of contaminants are largely pathogens, heavy metals, hormones, because that's increasingly something that we observe. And we are obviously mindful of novel entities as well. Now, there are a couple of things that happen within the system which involve mechanical pre-processing, thermal pre-processing. There's also a dilutive factor. There's an anaerobic environment. And then there is a dehydration of a product at the end, which then allows us to develop something which, while it's still not yet tested in New Zealand, it is part of the work that we're doing currently in terms of assessing its use in agriculture, right? So it is something that we're mindful of. We know the direction we need to take, and we're addressing it in a phased manner.
Yeah, another element, sorry, just another element to add to that was that, Haman kind of mentioned it earlier around the idea that anaerobic digestion in New Zealand has traditionally been single feedstock and then as large as possible. And then when the souring occurs, because of that contamination, that whole entire feedstock goes into landfill. So the kind of conversations we're having around modularization and small anaerobic digestion, but still having a positive return on investment from an economic perspective, as well as a positive return on investment from a planetary accounting network perspective, is that those modular, smaller anaerobic systems will pick up contamination and the entire feedstock will not be destroyed. And so, when it comes to minimizing what goes into landfill, it absolutely is along those lines. We'll then pick up the data out of that system to then return information back to council or to government around actually how do you stop that contaminant coming in upstream. And so, one of the issues that we see is our built environment has never been intelligent. We procure solutions for lowest possible cost or cost minimization rather than maximum value and value creation. So our mindset is to turn around and make these systems smart, connect them back into either smart housing or industrial environments using
using IoT and artificial intelligence, and actually pick up those detectors so that we can put the cost back onto the system that created it. So it's not about just building dumb infrastructure. We have to build intelligence into their systems so that they can interact, because we've become disconnected from our built environment, and that's why we pollute it. We've become disconnected from the environment, which is why we don't care for it. And why we're trying to bring back this Matarangi Māori-led view is that if you go into Papakainga, you go into a marae, Māori are still so connected to the environment because they're brought up in a household where you're not separate from the environment. Therefore, you're not separate from the place that you're polluting. So we have to go and undo that systemic change that's occurring, or that's occurred in our culture as well. So when you talk about an alimentary system being a living system, it's not about just an anaerobic digestion system. It's about a living system connecting back into the people that utilize it and giving the tools back to those people that put those inputs in. And so, we can dive into that work offline around how we're addressing that. But very good question, and it's one that has to be solved at many different levels.
Liam, do you want to put your email address there, or send it to me directly, and then I can add it to an email list? But Vicky, would you like to unmute and ask your question?
Kia ora. Can you hear me? Is that working?
Yes, perfectly.
Oh, great. Sometimes it doesn't. I have to do the right selection on my microphones and things. So I'm interested. You mentioned a regional plant, and you've specifically referenced Canterbury a couple of times. And I'm just Canterbury is an enormous region, and many of the sort of systems I look at that I'm interested in around, sort of like energy supplies or water management. To me, many of the more sustainable options now are looking at ever decreasingly small, more small, located locally, disseminated systems. But you seem to be talking much more here about a much larger system that's bringing waste in from different streams, like all the various farms. I mean, I went to Ashburton, which is the other day, which of course is one of our big, more industrialized farming areas, and it's a good hour and a half away from Christchurch. And of course, moving all that, many of the farms at the moment don't in Canterbury, because we have such permeable soils, don't necessarily have as much effluent storage or collection systems as what you might have in some of the areas with lower permeability soils. Hence, of course, the problems we have, because it soaks straight through the ground and it goes to groundwater. But it means that there's a whole load of infrastructure required if we were to be able to collect up all that effluent on these farms and put it into some sort of transport system to get it to a centralized place. So there's some aspects there that to me don't actually sound as sustainable as a more disseminated farm-based waste management system solutions. And also I've been listening to a lot of regenerative agriculture podcasts, which there's an ability potentially here to shift to farm systems where essentially they are managing their nutrients and their feed growth and so on without needing imports. And so that in itself is completely self-contained. So I'm not saying there isn't a place for example, anaerobic digestion, but I'm not sure that an entire regional scaled solution with all that transport that's associated with it and collection systems and everything else is necessarily, the ideal option. So I just wonder, am I misunderstanding here what you're pitching? Because that disseminated system seems to me to have a lot of benefit from a lower energy input, more resilience in longer term, less carrying moisture around, which is heavy, of course, and so on. So perhaps you could answer that question. Thank you.
Yes, and I'm happy to respond to that. So close to Ashburton is the town of Methven, and we've actually carried out an assessment on farm. What we recognize today is that if we were to provide an on-farm standalone solution, then the effluent from a dairy station, from a milking station that's milking about 500 cows, that effluent would be sufficient to produce, would produce sufficient energy to chill the milk at that dairy station ahead of transport, right? So that is one example of a problem statement of solving at a farm level. So that is one thing that we can do. And is better for the environment as well, because then you don't have that effluent being pumped to ponds. But when I say regional level, I'd also like to bring your attention to what happens at dairies, where now these farmers have transported milk. And now there's milk that's coming in not from 500 cows, but perhaps from 50,000 cows or 100,000 cows to a single dairy plant. Now, this dairy plant, amongst all the other functions that it has, uses coal to provide process heat for the boiler. All dairy factories have a coal-fired boiler. They also produce a dairy processing sludge. Now, the problem statement at this scale, what we've observed is, while there is a move within the government to say that we need to decarbonize industry and there's funding available, and one of the options is to move from coal to electric boilers, there is not enough generation capacity in that last mile of the grid. There is not enough energy supply into that last mile of the grid to support an electrical boiler, which would put a massive load on the electrical grid. And so in such a situation, it's not feasible switching to an electric boiler. But you still have a massive dairy factory in rural Canterbury that's processing milk from thousands of cows that still needs to decarbonize its energy need. In such a situation, if you were to process the dairy sludge from that dairy plant itself and co-digest that with, for example, straw or any other crop residue, or at whatever is locally available, you can create an energy system which is localized, which could then be part of the solution. Like I said, it's never going to be a silver bullet. This is going to solve every problem, sort of a thing, but that is doable. So that's how it works at a regional level. But yes, we are conscious that we want to avoid transport. Scope 2 and 3 emissions is something that we talk about a lot. In Canterbury, there are large city councils that truck their sludge elsewhere because there's no means or method of disposal locally. So it's horses for courses. The solution can be scaled from as small as 3 tons per day, which is our first technology demonstrator, to what we've actually built in India, which is 200 tons per day. So depending on what the need is, depending on what the feedstock availability is, depending on whether we're engineering a waste minimization solution or whether we're engineering an energy solution, we're agnostic and we build to what's required.
That's really helpful, and that's really clear that you are talking about disseminated and not when you said regional, it sounded like we're going to put all the waste into one plant, which I know some of those massive energy to waste plants to do exactly that. So no, that's reassured me. Thank you.
No, but it is part of the problem, and why. And we're not trying to pick on Canterbury, but it's where we see such incredible opportunity to pivot what is industrial agriculture into a more sustainable land use. And specifically, when you look at Canterbury, creating resilient infrastructure has to take into consideration some of Canterbury's history as well. So we're opposed to large infrastructure. We don't think building 100-ton plants is the future. You know, we think the sweet spot is around 8 tons to 20 tons, and to have these is co-located as close to where that gas or energy offtake could be utilized. And so, no, we're absolutely opposed to large pieces of infrastructure. We don't think that's the future. We think that's what's been done in Europe. We don't think that can be commercially viable in New Zealand. And we think that there's evidence of $100 million projects that are doing that at the moment. And we did a talk with Ariaki around resilient infrastructure. It needs to be local, needs to be locally owned, and it's more than that. It's not just about locally owning it. The reality is if we don't have iwi involved in and tie the water plan to a 5-year plan to a 100-year plan, our procurement really isn't looking at what's the cost of water going to be in 10 years' time, right? That's the point of the planetary accounting network and the standards associated with it. It starts to ask different questions. You're asking questions about how can our organics look at nitrates. You're asking questions about how does a procurement of an organic system actually start to impact our land use, right? So if we start to apply that Māori worldview, then and look at context of place and well-being, we're not just looking at, okay, well, how much does it cost and what physical location does it need to be in? So it's significantly bigger than just, are we building a single plant? We have to look at ownership models, and we have to look at, what are the underlying well-being elements of it. So I hope that provides a bit more context. Now, I'm just conscious of time, and does anybody else still have a burning question that they want to kind of present, and what it's just kind of on the tip of their tongue, they need to get it out? I think we have time for one more.
Liam's raised his hand.
Yeah, I could do one more just quickly. Thank you. I just had a question about digestate in general. My understanding, my sort of lay person's understanding, is that digestate, through the process of digestion, is stripped of a lot of carbon, and so it's high in nitrogen. And so I'm just wondering, how do we, if we're using that as a fertilizer, how do we address that affecting, exacerbating the nitrogen cycle, which we already know is being exceeded as a planetary boundary?
So excellent question, and again I'll answer that in two parts. So but I'll answer the part around the planetary boundary first. The problem we have with nitrogen runoff is that the way we provide nitrogen to plants in terms of solubilized urea solutions limit the ability of the soil for the plants to actually absorb that free nitrogen. Plants can only absorb nitrogen when it's in the form of a nitrite or a nitrate, and that requires symbiotic microorganisms in soil. So there is bacterial activity, there's fungal activity, which then converts that nitrogen into something that plants can absorb. Now, that nitrogen cycle, it doesn't rain nitrogen from the air. So that's why we have the runoff and leaching from nitrogen. The second part with it is in terms of the emissions thereof, in terms of nitrous oxide, which then is a greenhouse gas again, which causes its own share of problems. Coming to the digestate side of things, your point is excellent, but that's some of the key part around our IP, is that we optimize carbon nitrogen ratios of the input feedstock ahead of loading the digester. And what that ensures is not only a far more thorough digestion process, it also means that we have a digestate product, which, if it requires land application, then will ensure that those ratios aren't out of whack. I think we lost you.
He's still there. He's muted. Well, thanks. Yeah. So I just want to give the sorry to cut you off, Liam. I just want to give the opportunity to throw back to Kate. Look, Kate, I'd love you to apply and wrap us up, and just kind of looking at, apply your lens to this. And then I'm really keen, because these questions that have been asked are completely relevant to, how we can start to look differently at solutions. And so we're really interested to find out about what we can do to use Planetary Accounting Network in real use cases.
Yeah, thanks, Matthew. And I think it's been such an interesting discussion, and really, I guess, speaks to the need to be able to put some numbers around this complexity, because so many of the questions have been about that difficult balancing between one impact or another, transport versus, water, things like that, which are really difficult to make any sensible decisions about without putting some numbers behind. I guess wanted to share just briefly how we operate, so that if there's people are keen to look at how planetary accounting might be able to help them, there's a few different ways to work with us. So I run two organisations. One's called Planetary Accounting Network, and we're a charitable trust that basically helps people to use planetary accounting, but we also identify where we think planetary accounting can make the most impact and raise funds to run projects. The other is a new company called Planetary Insights, which basically takes these initiatives and systems of planetary accounting to scale. So PAN's about 4 years old, and we're a pretty rapidly growing network of organisations. So all these organisations are working with us to either use planetary accounting for their own decision making or to test and support our work. And I guess one of the really exciting things that we've been working on is an initiative called Planetary Facts, which really focuses in on the sort of supply chain and product sustainability piece. So we've been developing a standard with a few quite big NZ Inc firms like the Warehouse Group, and it's a new way of being able to communicate sustainability performance, but also to quantify it. So it's inspired by nutritional facts labels on food products. The neat thing about those nutritional facts labels is that they can give you consistent information about any food product in the supermarket. If you go and look at eco labels in the supermarket today, you'll find, you know, different labels on every different sort of type of food. Imagine if you could get planetary facts about the carbon, the nitrogen, the water footprint of any product, not just food, across all of your purchases. But also as a business, imagine if you just had that insight so that you could design and improve those products and develop the products that people want. Some of the other initiatives that we are running as well is that we're working with organisations to help them expand their corporate targets from carbon to planetary science-based targets. We're actually partnering with Becca to look at planetary accounting for regions and cities, and how you take that lens to really develop these roadmaps to take forward. And we're working on some education programs so that our new graduates actually come out with that broader systems thinking lens. Planetary Insights is really focusing in on that planetary facts side of things, so that supply chain piece. And we've just opened a beta program, which is pretty exciting, where companies can come and be part of the development so that they can get insights about their whole supply chain across different product categories. So I guess at the moment, the biggest opportunities to work with us are really to become part of the Planetary Facts program with PAN, where you can, there's an opportunity for 10 companies to work with us and pilot our labels on the shelf with real customers over the next 12 months, and also to be part of our beta cohort to actually get those detailed insights about products and you know how you can actually improve the design of these. So you know, I think the discussion today really does just emphasize how much we really need environmental data to support decision making. And so if you're interested to sort of chat with us about opportunities to take that data and apply it to projects that you're working on, I'll leave my details here, and I'd love to hear from any of you.
Okay, that's really fantastic. And I think Haman and I, we, even with our level of understanding of the whole ecosystem, you know, it really took us probably a few days to get our heads around how do we really start to apply planetary accounting. And I think we've only just scratched the surface of it. So I just want to acknowledge the work that you're doing to try to take this standard and apply it into a software that's going to, I think, fundamentally change the way that we see and approach our world. I love the work that you're doing. I think it is at a level that I think if we were able to apply this framework into New Zealand, it would begin to show the world that we're a better trade partner, and that we would actually turn and pivot our, you know, we used to be a clean green country. I think that is no longer the way the world sees us, right? But if we were able to use something like PAN to start to pivot and turn that back around, we would actually start to see that it would have a huge impact on our economy, not just on our ecology. So, you know, I really appreciate you putting your time into both helping Haman and us, and taking your time out today to explain to people what work you're doing. Haman, is there any words you'd like to say in closing before I wrap us up?
No, nothing really, except thank you to Michelle for hosting this, and thank you, Kate, for helping us use PAN to frame the conversation, provide more context. And thank you to everyone who thought it worthwhile attending.
Yeah, and also for the patients during the experiment around using Miro for collaboration in the middle. I really do enjoy these EHF live sessions because it does bring us into a conversation. I hate so much the one-way interactions. So appreciate you suffering a fool that likes to play with new things. So look, with that, I'm just going to close this off with a karakia. Kia tau te rangamari e, kia ranga e ngā iwi o te ao. It's basically
This is Rob Johnson, President of the Institute for New Economic Thinking. I'm here with Jeffrey Sachs. He, how would I say, I always smile, and every time we talk, I'm paying homage to the Rommel family, George and Affie Rommel, where we both grew up in Detroit, and our parents were good friends with the respective Rommels, and perhaps that inspired my curiosity, even as an undergraduate at MIT, to learn more about Jeffrey Sachs, and it's been like a North Star beacon for me in thinking about what's important through my entire career. So, Jeff, thanks for being here. I'll describe just briefly. You've done a tremendous amount of work. You're at Columbia University, the highest ranking professor. You ran the Earth Institute for many years. Currently the president of the U.S. Sustainable Development Solutions Network. And I would say, just as a signature, I see you always have, there's a gift that I perceive and that I admire and I try to turn people on to about your career. You always seem to choose important questions. People can do all kinds of dances with technique, but how do they say, they might be fiddling while Rome burns. And you seem to zoom in over and over on things that matter, not just to your country or not just to prestige, but to humankind. And I greatly admire that. I just want to refer, you've written many, many books. We've talked about the age of globalization in one of our previous episodes together, but sustainable development, the two I underscored today, because the questions related to the Ukraine that I've seen you writing about in Project Syndicate and other places recently, to move the world, JFK's quest for peace in 2013, and a new foreign policy beyond American exceptionalism. What I see there, first book 2013, second book 2018, is a prescience. You're seeing ahead of the challenges that we're going to have to address. So I'm very excited today that you're with me and we can talk about what you see, what scares you, and what's the way out.
Well, thanks so much. Great. It's great to be with you, and thank you for focusing on those two books. The book about JFK, which I wrote in 2013, was to commemorate an incredible speech and initiative of President Kennedy in 1963, which was just months after the Cuban Missile Crisis. Now, here we are, Rob, the 60th anniversary of the Cuban Missile Crisis, with another kind of showdown between the United States and Russia. And so I'm going back to that speech, to the Cuban Missile Crisis, to the lessons that I drew in that book just about every day in my thinking about what events are telling us right now. The 2019 book, A New Foreign Policy Beyond American Exceptionalism, is also directly core to my thinking right now. I do think the United States doesn't get or accept its realistic, constructive place in the world right now, and that this is at least a part of our problem in a world that is increasingly destabilized. I think that both books focus on one fundamental idea, which is that peace is better than war, and peace comes through a constructive engagement with the other side. President Kennedy said in his remarkable speech given at an American University commencement on June 10, 1963, that peace isn't some magic solution. It's not an event. Peace is a process, a way of solving problems. It is a constructive engagement with the other side. It is what I've learned in 21 years of advising the UN leadership. It is diplomacy at its finest. It's not guessing what the other side will do. It's not playing a game theory where you take as given the other party's move, which can have disastrous consequences, but rather you engage. And I think that this has been my central theme, partly from my own life experience of working in cultures all over the world, very different communities, different religions, races, ethnicities, nationalities, geographies. It taught me something about the common fate of humanity, I think. And it also taught me about the wonders of dialogue, communication, and diplomacy. Well, here we are with war, with incredible tensions with China, with the inability to solve major global problems like the increasing derangement of the Earth's climate system. And I believe that in all of these, what we're seeing is a failure of statecraft, a failure of concepts of cooperation, really an application of crude ideas that are like the game theoretic ideas that assume the worst of the other side, for example, and assume you know what's in Putin's mind, assume you know what is in President Xi's mind. And when we behave that way, we get very bad outcomes. So this, I thank you for focusing on those works. And for me, they do reflect my underlying feeling that there's a different way for us to approach global problems, different from what we're doing right now. And it would be much, much safer, more prudent, and more constructive to follow a different approach.
I find it fascinating just putting like what I'll call pattern recognition. You're talking about what John Kennedy did. I remember the old, what I'll call the Bismarck playbook. I took a bunch of courses in arms control and disarmament, and they said that one of the big dangers is when you're failing at home, there's discord. The Bismarck playbook is a metaphor. Find an external enemy so everybody can agree and focus on that. But sitting behind the Bismarck playbook, in the first appendix to that playbook, is the need to cooperate on climate change. So we're not in a place where, forget mutual assured destruction for a moment. We got to cooperate.
Well,
there's another way we can exterminate Earth if we don't collaborate. And then the last thing I'll throw into this mix is a wonderful book by the scholar Orville Schell and his colleague John Delury called Wealth and Power. And what Orville, who's a good friend of mine, said, he said, Rob, we've got a situation where the Chinese went through centuries of humiliation, Opium War, Japanese invasion, etc. America thinks it runs the world and wants everybody to fall in line behind it. To use the Big Brzezinski's metaphor, we have tectonic plates crashing between two philosophical systems at the head table of the G7, or excuse me, of the G20 that used to be the G7. We are in a situation where you can't even play game theory with different philosophical systems because you're projecting things onto your counterpart that may never have been in their imagination or in their training. So you've got this instability, what I'll call the Bismarck playbook. You've got the end game of climate, and then you have this tension that centers on U.S. China. But we could bring, why didn't Russia, after the de-escalation, the end of the Soviet Union, and I know you've worked a lot there, so I don't know the answer to this at all, but why didn't Russia get the equivalent of a aid program to integrate them into the EU, regain prosperity, dignity through that? And I'll ask you a question. Is the political economy of the military-industrial complex a little bit of the evil that hides inside this dilemma of danger?
So there's a lot of intertwined issues there. And let me start with the very specific issue of climate change and the energy transformation that we know we need. We need to move to a zero carbon energy system. Excuse me. And that requires actually a lot of long-term thinking and a lot of international cooperation. So every day in the context of the Ukraine war, I'm asked by somebody, and it happened again this morning, what's the implication of the war for climate change? In other words, you see Russia cutting off or threatening to cut off natural gas to Europe, or Europe putting on sanctions on oil and gas imports from Russia. Will this accelerate the energy transition? And the answer is basically no, because it may change the calculus in the very short term. It's actually opening up more coal mines again, or pumping more gas and oil to make up for what has been lost from Russian supplies. Maybe by raising the price of oil and gas on world markets, it's making some new solar projects more economical and financeable. But all of that misses the main point, which is that the real changes we need are long-term strategic changes in the energy system. And that requires a stable, peaceful, cooperative environment. Even renewable energy, to be efficient and effective, needs to cross borders. It needs to be regional, even globally connected in some ways, maybe in the new hydrogen economy. We can't do this if we're in conflict. We won't do this if we're in conflict. So this is the first point, that almost everything of real value for development, and what we now call and should call sustainable development, meaning economic development that is also socially just and environmentally sustainable, requires a long perspective. If you have a short perspective because of huge uncertainties, because of war, because of conflict, then you can't accomplish anything real of the transformations that we need. You can improvise, you can maybe keep your footing in the short term, perhaps. But the truth of the matter is, real development of any kind requires years, even decades of hard, continuous work, educating children, building infrastructure, cooperating across riversheds, building power transmission grids that are, again, transnational. And that is a long-term cooperative effort that depends on peace. And we're not getting there right now, partly because our mindsets really are wrong. And unfortunately, what I have inveighed against in the US context is the idea, which is very popular, it's in every speech of US leaders, that the world is safe when the United States leads the world. So primacy, or what the political scientists call hegemony, is really built into the American thinking. I think Henry Luce did an unfortunate thing to America when he, in 1941, christened this as the American century. It was a great turn of phrase, by the way, so inspiring and so ennobling. But it actually basically went to the heads of the permanent state that they took it literally. This is our century. In the past, it was Britain's century in the industrial age of the 19th century, or it was the Mongol century, or it was the Roman centuries. Now it's our century. Oh, what a dangerous way to think about things, because you get way overstretched. You act provocatively without even attempting to understand the other side. And that, unfortunately, is so much of what happened in Europe after the 1990 remarkable transformation. And as you know, I was there. I was physically present in the Kremlin in December 1991. You couldn't even believe, I mean, I could not believe, and especially you'd appreciate it, you know, a kid from Detroit sitting in the Kremlin in this huge office, and who walks in the far door? Boris Yeltsin. And he walks across the room, and he sat down right in front of me because I was leading the delegation. And he said, "Gentlemen," because it was all men, he said, "Gentlemen, in the next room is the leaders of the Soviet military, and I have just agreed with them to the dissolution of the Soviet Union." I heard literally those words.
Wow.
Yeah, wow is exactly right. It was weird.
Huge turning.
No, so
yeah.
I thought, and I had been working in the Soviet Union before that. I was told, I don't know if it's true, that I was the first person to brief the Gosplan leadership in its entirety on the top floor of Gosplan, just outside of Red Square, in 1990, to the Politburo leader who headed Gosplan on the transformation to a market economy. And they were taking notes, 50 Soviet leaders on the other side, all with notebooks open, taking copious notes about market economics. But the fact of the matter is, Gorbachev and Yeltsin wanted a common home. Gorbachev, who I regard as the greatest statesman of our age, and who's reviled in Russia for having lost the Soviet Union and for inflation and everything else, he's the greatest statesman of our age because he understood that what we needed was peace rather than a cold or hot wars. And he was ready to even let the system fall rather than shoot people to, quote, save the old system. But his idea, which I know, was a common home from Rotterdam to Vladivostok, that we have a common European home. I believed it. I went to work for his team in 1991, promoting what we called the Grand Bargain, working with Graham Allison, who was then head of the Kennedy School at Harvard, and Stanley Fisher and others. And we recommended a significant financial assistance program to the Soviet Union to support its economic and political reforms. What was the White House response? Complete niet, nothing, nichevo, not anything. We're not doing this. Okay, that was a disaster for, the failure of Western support definitely undermined Gorbachev. Yeltsin emerged after the attempted putsch against Gorbachev, which was in the summer of August 1991. And then I was contacted by Yeltsin's economic leader, Yegor Gaidar, and I came to Moscow. And Yeltsin said to me and said to others, "I want a normal country. I want a democratic country with the market economy, and I want normal relations with the world." I said, absolutely wonderful. This is exactly what we want. And, Gaidar, who was then the acting premier of Russia, which was about to become the sovereign country, was meeting with the G7 finance deputies in November 1991. And Russia was running out of foreign exchange reserves. This was a fulminant financial crisis. So I knew a lot about financial crises and their history and their resolution, and worked with Poland a couple of years before. And I suggested to Guider, well, look, tell the US and the other 6 deputy finance ministers, you need a standstill on the debt payments because you're running out of reserves. And Russia's about to become an independent country and we can't have a financial collapse. And he came out of the meeting just absolutely ashen-faced. He said they wouldn't even consider it. They said, you have to pay to the penny. We will not allow anything right now. We're not authorized to allow anything. We will not allow anything. You continue to pay. Russia ran out of reserves at the beginning of 1992 as Yeltsin came to power. In other words, a fulminant financial crisis. I couldn't believe it. I spent 2 unbelievably frustrating years trying to get the US and the IMF to do something. And they wouldn't do anything. And Larry Eagleburger, who was acting Secretary of State, explained to me at one point, said, Mr. Sachs, it's not even about what you're advising. Even if I agreed with it, it's not going to happen. And he said, this is an election year. It's not going to happen. And the truth is, this didn't determine all the future, but God, did it show an attitude of obtuseness in the United States. And I didn't appreciate then that Cheney and Wolfowitz were working on their great neocon illusions that now we're the sole superpower. Now we get to do what we want. And they really were working on the next wars because they were going to take away every Soviet ally or Russian ally in the Middle East, knock out Libya, Syria, Iraq. This was a plan already from the early 1990s, according to Wesley Smith. And I didn't know it at the time. I just couldn't believe here we are, this historic moment, a chance to cooperate. No, we're not going to cooperate. We're going to be the sole superpower. And I just found that obtuseness year after year from the US. And by the end of the 1990s, I basically had it because I had seen the US now from all sides. I had seen it from the Latin American perspective. I had seen it from the Central European perspective. I'd seen it from the Russian perspective. I'd seen it from the Indonesian perspective in 1997. We just were not a cooperative country that aimed to work with other countries to solve problems. We were the unipolar great power of the world. We were arrogant, and we were not paying attention to what other countries said. And this manifested itself in a number of financial debacles of these countries that had big effects on the world. It also manifested in what brings us to the war in Ukraine today. Though this is a very unpopular view, it's right, and that is NATO enlargement. What John Mearsheimer has said is right. Kissinger said it, and so many other wise people. George Kennan said it in 1997. Don't do this NATO enlargement. It'll lead to a new Cold War. Now we have a hot war. The Secretary of Defense under Clinton was deciding whether to resign or not when he learned that Clinton indeed would go ahead with NATO enlargement, because Bill Perry, who was the Secretary of Defense, said, look, we're starting to improve relations with Russia. Do we really need to risk that right now by peremptory moves of NATO enlargement, especially since unequivocally both the Germans and the Americans had promised Gorbachev and then Yeltsin no enlargement in return for German reunification. Then we lied about it. Well, it's not in writing. We brought out all our lawyers. But good historians know that those commitments were made. And we just want to deny that. And given, the predominance of U.S. government in our media, you can tell any story you want. This is absolutely true. But the long and the short of it, Rob, is that NATO enlargement started. We weren't giving any financial help. We were plotting wars against Saddam Hussein, Muammar Gaddafi, Assad, all the allies of the former Soviet Union or of the Soviet Union and then of Russia. Russia has military naval base in Syria, so Assad would be our target, and so forth. No cooperation other than superficial. And in the 1990s, the NATO enlargement started. And then during George W. Bush, well, actually, Clinton did something that, in retrospect, we didn't even see the significance of, but it was hugely significant and misguided. And that was the war against Serbia in 1999 to force Serbia to give up Kosovo. So there was a rebellion of Kosovar Albanians, or Albanian Kosovars, I should say, in Serbia. And the U.S. took sides and said, let them break away. And when Serbia said, no, they're part of Serbia, which is the normal way that diplomacy works, the U.S. bombed Belgrade for several weeks. And we set up the precedent that if you want a breakaway state or you want to weaken the other side, you just go bomb them. And then when Russia says, well, when we do this, we're called the crime of humanity, but when NATO does it, that passes as defending freedom fighters. So isn't there no standard or a double standard? But just to carry on to the current day, in the early 2000s, after the Belgrade bombing, and then after 9/11, of course, Bush pushed the enlargement of NATO to, I think, 7 countries under his watch, an extraordinary increase of the number of countries. The Baltic states, to begin with, the Romania, Bulgaria, Slovakia, Slovenia, if I remember correctly, all during Bush's watch. And then to the shock of the Europeans in NATO in 2008, he said Ukraine and Georgia will become members of NATO. And just take a look at a map. And I encourage everybody to take a look at the map of the Black Sea. What was NATO's idea? What was the U.S. strategic idea? The U.S. strategic idea was basically to own the Black Sea for NATO, because you'd have Turkey, Romania, Bulgaria, Ukraine, and where's Georgia? All the way over on the eastern side of the Black Sea suddenly is going to be a NATO country, whereas NATO was originally to defend against an invasion by a now defunct, non-existent country in Western Europe. So suddenly it is an expansionary force moving straight across the Black Sea. It reminds me a lot of the Crimean War of the 19th century. Who controls the Black Sea? And, well, one thing has led to another, and we have the war in Ukraine. And if in our media you say, the United States played a provocative war, you're immediately targeted. Oh, you're just purveying Putin's propaganda. Well, this is really nonsense. We need a serious discussion, some context, some history, and we should not have pushed NATO right up against Russia's edge and right around the encirclement of the Black Sea. But we did so, and now we're also paying consequences for this, but especially Ukraine is paying consequences for this.
Yeah. I remember some of my teachers at MIT in that arms control disarmament. This was years after I was a student, but I ran into Bill Kaufman and I said, this doesn't feel like game theory to me. It feels like the chain store paradox, which is you never should engage in each of these things, but you act like you got to do it to show you're tough to the next 3 episodes. but with consequences being so dangerous.
You know,
First, with regard to nuclear war, and now with regard to climate, this is madness, and this is not leadership. Why are our leaders so afraid of our population at this juncture that they have to put on this ritual of toughness as opposed to doing what needs to be done?
Did you play the game of Risk the board game Risk? Okay, so the board game Risk really is a marvelous model of how Washington thinking is. You have the map of the world, and the aim of the game is to have your piece on every space of the world. And as you move forward, if you're successful and your armies are advancing into new territory, every new territory you have has borders with the enemy. And suddenly, every new border becomes the conflict zone. Every new border becomes vital for your national security. And so you have to have every space on the board, or suddenly you're at risk. Now, American strategists get this or behave this way. I think it's mind-boggling, because we shouldn't be playing a game of Risk where you're trying to conquer the world. But this is the American strategist approach. And a good example of it is the Solomon Islands. Tiny islands, 3,200 kilometers off the coast of Australia, that had the audacity to sign a security pact with China. And suddenly the United States and Australia are in a tizzy. How dare they? This is a threat to security. And you hear the voices in the U.S. Congress, completely unacceptable that there's a security pact, because you give China 1 inch, they'll take the world. But when the United States says, well, NATO should enlarge to Georgia and Ukraine, and Russia says, no, that's a security concern, we laugh. We say, why is it a security concern? We're peace-loving. We're wonderful. And that's their choice. That's not our choice. We didn't say, well, that's the Solomon Islands choice. We dispatched the deputy of the National Security Council to Asia on an urgent mission to express the U.S. displeasure at the Solomon Islands' decision to enter this pact with China. So much, Rob, comes from the unwillingness to really have rules that apply to yourself as well as to others, or to think empathetically, what is the other side thinking? And it comes back, by the way, to the Cuban Missile Crisis, and I think we should talk about that because it's absolutely relevant. Yeah. When Khrushchev put the nuclear or the atomic weapons in Cuba, all of Kennedy's advisors, except Adlai Stevenson, said from the start, you must attack and take them out. We need a military operation. Many things can be said about that, but I think the bottom line is it would have started World War III because the CIA had every fact wrong. It thought that the missiles were not yet operational. It completely underestimated, roughly by a factor of 7, how many Soviet troops were actually in Cuba, how many would be killed in a military operation, and so forth. Kennedy did a remarkable thing. He kept asking one question. What is in Khrushchev's mind? What is he thinking? In other words, Kennedy behaved empathetically. It didn't mean he sympathized with Khrushchev. He was thinking, what is Khrushchev thinking? What is his point of view? Does he want war? What is he trying to prove? Kennedy had to learn, actually, the details that there were U.S. missiles in Turkey. What are they? Why are they there? Who put them there? And so on. But by the second week of the crisis, Kennedy realized Khrushchev didn't want war, but he did want to put America's face in it, because the U.S. had It's Turkish missiles, or it's missiles in Turkey pointed right on the border of the Soviet Union. The U.S. had invaded Cuba in the Bay of Pigs operation and so forth.
Right.
Kennedy realized, you know what? We got to get out of this by a compromise. You remove your missiles, we remove our missiles. We commit never to invade Cuba again. And that's how the crisis was resolved. It wasn't, we demand victory because Khrushchev has done the most dastardly deed, so we must defeat that man, which is the rhetoric that we have today. Must defeat Putin with his 1,600 active nuclear warheads. We must defeat Putin. This is mind-boggling that even on an anniversary like this, 60 years anniversary of the Cuban Missile Crisis, we're not taking care to learn the real lessons of how you diffuse a crisis. And you start with empathy. You say, if we care about the Solomon Islands, maybe Russia cares about Ukraine and Georgia in the same way. Maybe we shouldn't be quite so provocative. Maybe we shouldn't be talking about humiliating defeat and so forth. Or maybe we shouldn't be saying this is the worst crime in modern history when the United States is engaged in so many wars of choice. And maybe we should find a way for both sides to stand down.
Yeah. Well, I remember reading Daniel Ellsberg's book, The Doomsday Machine.
Absolutely.
About that there were many nuclear weapons inside of submarines off the coast of Cuba, and we started dropping depth charges on them. But for, I can't remember the gentleman's name, who overruled firing the missiles, they were terrified. They're underwater, and the depth charges are going off trying to essentially kill them all and drown them all.
Absolutely right.
And this guy wouldn't allow the missiles to be shot. But it's that close. It's that close to extermination.
So reading list for everybody listening, Daniel Ellsberg, The Doomsday Machine, and Martin Sherwin, Gambling with Armageddon, which is the finest book ever written about the Cuban Missile Crisis. And Martin Sherwin tells this story that you're so importantly referring to, Rob. And I think it has many lessons. But what happened is, even after Kennedy and Khrushchev had agreed on the way out, a disabled Soviet submarine in the Caribbean that was out of radio contact, so it had no news, was disabled. It was overheating. It needed to surface just to breathe. Sailors were fainting, and it started to surface, and a jackass in the U.S. Air Force, instead of dropping depth charges, dropped live hand grenades on the submarine as a joke. And he's, we'll scare the hell out of them. So the commander of the vessel ordered a nuclear-tipped submarine to be put into the a nuclear-tipped torpedo to be put into the torpedo bay and called for its launch. And it happened by coincidence that a Soviet party official, a Communist Party official, was on that vessel named Antipov. And he had the ability to override the order of the skipper of the submarine. And he said, no, we're going to surface. We're not going to fire this. And under U.S. military doctrine, described by Ellsberg and by Sherwin, if the U.S. was attacked by a nuclear weapon, even a nuclear-tipped submarine, our military doctrine said we would unleash the full-scale response of a complete attack on the Soviet Union, China, and all of the other countries of the Soviet system. And the estimate was 700 million dead. But what they didn't know was about nuclear winter, because such an attack could have ended life, human life on the planet. We came within seconds of this. We're stupid if we think that things can't get out of hand. today I read about a U.S. general saying, well, we may need to break the Soviet blockade of the port of Odessa to let Ukrainian grain supplies. I'm sick of these generals telling us about things that are so unbelievably risky without a proper public debate and understanding, because we could end up in nuclear war. And this is mind-boggling that we are having generals opine on these kinds of military operations, which would be tantamount to direct U.S. war with Russia in this kind of way.
And you're talking about the extermination of life on Earth. I mean, these are not rumors. I've seen in Nature and Science magazine studies of what happens to the upper atmosphere if there's a nuclear exchange. And I encourage many people now. I've been doing a little bit of work with a group called the Quincy Institute, Andrew Basevich.
Excellent. Yep.
Hartung in this group, and exploring some of the ramifications for how our military decisions are being made. And it's really quite haunting to try to understand this dynamic as having anything to do with representing the well-being of America or mankind. And
I learned in thinking about American history and politics, which I've been doing pretty much nonstop for 50 years now. It turns out the president's main job in the world is to keep a foot on the brake of the U.S. military machine. Because it's like those old cars that are poorly tuned, that though they're in neutral, they're always revving forward and they're always jumping. You take your foot off the brake, the car jumps forward. And good presidents, great presidents, have been the ones to have the foot on the brake, like Kennedy had the foot on the brake in October 1962. Johnson did not have the foot on the brake, and we escalated in Vietnam. We know that Bush, I don't even know if he was in the driver's seat, much less having a foot on the brake, but we went to so many wars. Obama was no good at this either. So this is a real question.
It's a systemic process.
It is like the game of Risk. You're always looking, we're, in Romania and Bulgaria, we're at risk unless we're also in Ukraine. So we better expand. Well, then there could be losses in the eastern Black Sea and the Caucasus. So we better expand to Georgia, et cetera, or the Solomon Islands, or what we're doing in East Asia, and just so much chit chat about war with Taiwan and U.S. war with China and Biden piping off and so forth. All of it is provocative. All of it requires actually our good luck that a president says, no, we're not going farther. Korean War, again, had MacArthur had his way, he would have invaded China. We would have used nuclear weapons at the time. Truman, his right decision, no, stop. He had to fire his top general. This is really the job of the American president, because the underlying revving machine doesn't have a natural stopping point.
Yeah, I remember I had the late Charles Johnson was a good friend of mine, and I was doing a lot of work in Japan at the time, but he was working on the books like Blowback. He wrote that trilogy about the dangers that foreshadowed the attack of 9/11. Saying if you're aggressive, you are going to have these consequences, putting the American people at risk. But let me shift, Jeff, as we're coming down the home stretch, to the relation of all of this to budget and the well-being of America. What concerns me is at the level of medical care. The OECD data shows that America per capita spends more than twice the average in the OECD to have some healthcare system that is ranked 38th in the world by the WHO. The second dimension is we have a baby boom creating a demographic bulge where elder care is going to be a priority. We are going through technological transformation that requires transforming the education system towards knowledge-intensive things. What was his name? Sir Ken Robinson, the most famous TED Talk of all time. How schools kill creativity. We got to change that. That involves investment. Now, we've got this military urge and climate transformation. I guess I worked on the Senate Budget Committee under Pete Domenici, and I'm thinking, how are we going to get all this stuff done if we keep playing these aggressive military games? And how are we going to harness the political economy? I always laughed. Domenici said to me one time, well, you're an economist. You know that thing called Say's Law? I said, yeah. He said, how supply creates its own demand? I said, yes, Senator. He says, well, you watch every year when we put up the budget, about the time that the military budgets come up, you're going to see all kinds of news about how dangerous the world is. They're using fear to create their own demand. And Adam Curtis, the BBC documentary, he created a series, a 3-part series that you can watch for free on thoughtmaybe.com. And it's called The Power of Nightmares. And so, Jeff, I'm loading you all up, but you can't sit there and be, how would I say, self-righteous budget hawk, tolerate a military-industrial complex that's spending 22 times what any other country is, neglecting older people, neglecting young people, and letting our healthcare system cost twice what it should. And with all the discord of not reconciling those things, the Bismarck playbook comes back into center stage.
Well, one of the expressions of Joe Biden that I really like, though I haven't heard it from him recently for an obvious reason, he said, don't talk to me about your values, show me your budget, and I'll tell you your values. And what he means by that is where you put your money, that's what counts in the system. Yeah. And the United States has really messed up the budget. It spends far too little on many areas, like education, like well-being of children. It spends far too much on other areas, like the so-called modernization of our nuclear fleet, arsenal, when we should be negotiating long-term nuclear disarmament. And in general, our budget is a mess. As you say, also, the way we organize key parts of the economy, like healthcare, is to give private monopolies to a crucial sector, ending up overpaying roughly by a factor 2 for our healthcare. We spend almost 20% of GDP on healthcare compared to roughly 10% of GDP in our peer countries. So I've written a number of books, The Price of Civilization being one of my favorites, about what a budget would look like for a civilized country. And interestingly, and one of the better parts of a speech that Secretary of State Antony Blinken just gave about U.S. Approaches to China, he said the real approach is we need to invest in ourselves. We need to strengthen our capacities in science, education, our well-being at home, because that's what makes us the competitive model vis-a-vis the rest of the world, including vis-a-vis China. And that's true, but we're not doing it. And we have lost the budget debate and the budget narrative in the last 2 years. Biden came in with the idea of a package to build back better. It did not appear. What happens in the United States is essentially key sectors are in the hands of powerful lobbies. And military-industrial complex is one of them. Big oil is another, or fossil fuel industry is another. The healthcare, private healthcare sector is a third. Those are favored by the budget. They are favored by regulation. And areas that don't have such powerful lobbies don't see the light of day. And in general, the United States under taxes, even though we're told all the time that we're being crushed by taxes, the total government revenues in the United States for federal, state, and local are about 30% of GDP, of national income. But in Northern Europe, which ranks much better in healthcare and longevity, in many quality of life indicators, about 45% of GDP. So the fact of the matter is the budget's a mess. And what foundered for Biden in the end, why didn't his package go through? Because nobody wanted to pay for it with taxation. And it all unraveled when Senator Sinema said, I don't want to have a rise of the corporate tax rate. And Manchin said, I don't like that billionaire tax. And we ended up with nothing. Biden ended up empty-handed, ineffective politics, by the way. So I think a president ought to be able to keep a couple senators in the fold, and he failed to do so. And that's part of his job also, is to know how to twist arms or cajole or give whatever side payments for new projects in West Virginia. You get something done, you make a deal, but he could not make a deal. He failed on that. So we have nothing. So we have a budget mess. And by the way, a budget mess also with a mountain of debt, now 100% of GDP of public debt. That's actually consequential. With interest rates going up, the burden of that debt is also going to be quite significant. We need to raise some taxes and we need to restructure what we spend, but we're a blocked political system. So we are not showing a way forward on this, and I'm not holding my breath. Nothing's going to happen. Probably the Democrats are going to lose one or both houses of Congress in the fall. If that happens, I would guess there would be no significant budgetary reform or action until 2025.
Yeah. Well, Jeff, I mentioned at the outset that you and I grew up in Detroit, and I remember one of my father's friends said to me, Detroit is the place that America divorced because they wanted to believe in the American dream. And when we had our stresses in the 60s, 70s, things like Tom Subaru's book, The Origins of the Urban Crisis in Detroit, he said they'd had the Voting Rights Act and the Civil Rights Act, and all the Democrats in the South were afraid to vote to support the transformation of a black majority, black governed, meaning Coleman Young as mayor. So we got divorced we were no longer America. We were a bad example. And you and I have done work together in Detroit and been at numerous meetings. And I often think of the kind of pressures that I remember in 1990, there was this headline in CNN, Detroit is the shadow that looms over the future of America. In other words, it's an indicator. It's an early warning, like the canary in the coal mine, of toxic political economy. And so when I thought about talking with you today, I often go back to my musical origins. There was a guy that actually played my senior prom named Bob Seger.
Oh my God.
And as
well done.
Followed you,
I missed that prom.
I followed you for many, many years as a younger person from Detroit, but with family, mutual friends who were guiding me to look at your example. Bob Seger wrote a song that made me think of you. It's called Travelin' Man. And at the end of the song, as he's reflected on all of this, he says, sometimes at night, I see their faces. I feel the traces they've left on my soul. Those are the memories that make me a wealthy soul.
Wow.
Jeff, you give me that kind of inspiration, curiosity. I follow your work. I have since I was, I guess, a senior in high school. And I think it's amazing how you, after the, we might call the woundedness of Detroit, all the things you've described today and all your international involvement remain so constructive. And I'm very grateful for that.
Well, Rob,
Thank
I'm
you.
grateful that we do it together, and thank you for those lovely words. But we've been on a journey together, and your leadership of INET and constructive new approaches to these issues is essential. So I really thank you, and how great to be together with you today.
Yeah, thank you. And we'll, how would I say, pause now and wait for the next turn of events in the next chapter. But I look forward to working with you in the days ahead. And once again, I'm very grateful for the example you set for our young.
Good afternoon, and thank you very much for joining today's Civil Society seminar dedicated to the outcome of the ECB's strategy review. My name is Marie-Therese Bitterlich, and I work in communications here at the ECB. I'll be moderating this event today. I'm delighted to be joined by Frank Smets. Frank is the Director General Economics here at the ECB and as the coordinator of the strategy review process, able to share your first-hand insights onto the strategy review process and of course on the new monetary policy strategy itself. We're delighted to have you. To get a better understanding of what this new strategy is all about, what has changed, what has remained, and what it means for us as citizens, we'll be structuring this seminar slightly differently than usual. We'll be starting with a conversation between Frank and myself for about 25 minutes before we'll be opening the floor to your questions for the remaining half an hour of this event. A little bit of housekeeping just before we get started. In case you have any technical problems or questions, please feel free to reach out to the colleagues in the background via the chat function and just make sure that you're chatting with all panelists. As we mentioned in the invitation of this seminar, we'll be recording the seminar and uploading it to the ECB's website afterwards. With that out of the way, let's get started. Frank, last week the President announced the outcome of the ECB's strategy review. The President referred to the new strategy as a strong foundation that will guide us in our conduct of monetary policy in the years to come. Can you explain what this new strategy is all about and how it differs from the previous one?
Sure, Marie-Therese, and let me first of all welcome the participants to this webinar on the new monetary policy strategy. One way of describing the new monetary policy strategy is to use the words of Chair Powell of the American Central Bank when he introduced their new strategy. This is to say that it's an evolution, not a revolution. And the main reason for that is that, of course, the strategy is anchored in the treaty, which gives the primary mandate to the ECB of maintaining price stability. So the ECB is requested to stabilize, to maintain the value of our money, of our currency, the euro. And that's the best way in which it can contribute to the welfare and the well-being of euro area citizens. And of course, that's very much an anchor. I mean, the strategy in the end is about how to achieve that mandate. But of course, the last strategy was about 18 years ago in 2003, and many things have changed. And of course, and for that reason, an update of the strategy was overdue. And this is really why President Lagarde, when she became president at the end of 2019, sort of initiated this whole process. I mean, the biggest change is probably that we've moved from a relatively inflationary environment into sort of a low interest rate, low inflation environment. Why is that important for central banks? And this is a global phenomenon. So everywhere in the world, central banks were constrained in terms of using their traditional interest rate instrument by this low interest rate environment. Why? Because interest rates can go negative, but not infinitely so. They cannot go very negative. And so central banks have used other tools to try to achieve their price stability objective in that context. So that's one important reason. There have been many other structural changes in the past two decades. One is the process of globalization. Remember the integration of China in the world economy. That has put downward pressures on international prices. Another important structural change has been digitalization. Think about the emergence of e-commerce. Again, everything else equal, this has a downward impact on prices. And so it was important to analyze those phenomena and to see what are the implications for our monetary policy strategy. And now I have not yet mentioned, of course, what is probably the biggest challenge for humankind in the coming decades, which is climate change and the policies to combat climate change. That's also a part of the strategy. And so the purpose of the whole process was really to make our strategy fit for purpose for the coming years.
Thank you very much, Frank. What do you think is the most important change that came with this new strategy?
Well, there have been a number of changes, and we can talk about those. But let me maybe first focus on what is the core of the ECB monetary policy strategy, and that is how to formulate and maintain price stability. I mean, the most visible change is probably the 2% symmetric inflation target. So the Governing Council considers that in order to maintain price stability, it best aims for inflation to be at 2% in the medium term. And let me emphasize two aspects of this target. First of all, there's a small inflation buffer of 2%, which is important in order to reduce the risks of deflation and to give some policy space for interest rate policies in response to disinflationary shocks. The other feature of this target, which is very important, is that it is symmetric. So the Governing Council, the ECB, views upward and downward deviations from this target as equally undesirable. We don't like high inflation, we don't like deflation or low inflation. And so this is a very important part of this announcement that the 2% is not a ceiling, which is sometimes how our previous sort of definition of price stability was perceived. 2%, of course, is very much a norm amongst central banks in the global economy. If you look at the Fed, the Bank of England, Bank of Japan, they all have 2% inflation targets. The second important change in the strategy statement is that the Governing Council recognizes that in order to maintain this symmetric inflation outcomes around 2%, it has to take into account the effective lower bound on interest rates. Again, the fact that interest rates cannot go very negative. I mean, the current policy rate, most important policy rate, is minus 50 basis points. We probably can reduce that more, but not by much. So what are the implications of that recognition? I mean, the first implication I already mentioned, and that is that we need other instruments. And that's the asset purchases, that's the forward guidance, that's the lending operations, the refinancing operations towards banks. And so part of the statement is to recognize that these unconventional, what used to be called unconventional tools, are part of our tool set, in particular in the vicinity of this lower bound. A second implication that you will find in the monetary policy strategy statement is that the fact that the central bank is more constrained in responding to negative shocks to inflation means that it has to take especially forceful and persistent actions to avoid that these negative deviations become entrenched, that they affect inflation expectations, that they de-anchor inflation expectations. So this realization that when you are close to the proximity of the lower bound, that policy needs to be persistent, that it needs to be patient, that you should avoid a premature tightening is a very important part of the overall framework. And of course, in those circumstances, it can also mean that inflation for a temporary period is moderately above the inflation target because of these patient policies. And the third implication is that, other policies can help in those circumstances, and particularly fiscal policies. And that is something that we have seen in response to the pandemic. Fiscal and monetary policy have worked hand in hand to provide sort of the bridge to companies, to households across the pandemic. And particularly when interest rates are concerned, fiscal policy seems to be more effective in stabilizing the economy and helping also to increase the space for monetary policy.
Thank you very much, Frank. You explained the change in the 2% and also the importance of the zero lower bound. Are there any other topics that are relevant to European citizens that are mentioned or addressed in this strategy?
Yes, I would like to here mention two specific topics. The first one is the concern that we've heard in many of our listening events, particularly by young households, about the costs of housing, of shelter, in particular the owner-occupied housing. This is something that the Governing Council took very seriously, and therefore it recommends to Eurostat, which is the European Statistical Institute that is responsible for the construction of the price index, to actually include measures of owner-occupied housing in our HICP index, the index that we use to measure in inflation. Now, of course, the ECB realizes that this is a multi-year project, and in the meantime, we will continue to use the HICP, so the main index, to measure inflation and price stability, but we will also include initial estimates of owner-occupied housing costs in our set of indicators that we regularly use to measure inflationary pressures. And so that should allow over time to have a more representative index of the full cost of living. The second important concern, of course, that we heard was climate change. And of course, also there, and this is really a new element in our monetary policy strategy. Also there, the Governing Council has committed to take into account climate change considerations in all aspects of our monetary policy and of central banking more generally. And it has basically committed to an action plan. There was a press release last week which sort of gives some of the details and the timeline of that action plan to do so. This is a crucial element of our monetary policy strategy for a number of reasons. First of all, climate change and the policies to combat it, to address it, do have a profound impact on the economy. We all are witnessing the weather shocks that we face. They affect harvests, they affect prices, and so they affect the working of the economy. And as a central bank, we need to upgrade our tools to really understand the impact and take those effects into account when we make monetary policy decisions within our mandate. The second reason is that climate change, of course, comes with risks. There will be sectors that will be affected, that will benefit. Some of them will have to change their business model. So it's important that as a central bank, we have a big balance sheet, that we really assess those risks correctly. And so risk assessment, upgrading our risk assessment is another part of our sort of action plan. And a third reason is, or a third element I would like to highlight here, is the importance of disclosures and making clear that indeed the transparency about where those risks are is important, and how to take those into account in our collateral framework and in our asset purchase program. So I would highlight these two sort of important additional elements of our new strategy.
Thank you. As part of the strategy review, the ECB reached out to many stakeholders. On the one hand, you have the experts, the academics, and also citizens and civil society organizations. What do you think has the ECB learned from listening or engaging with all of these different stakeholders as part of the review?
Well, thank you very much. I mean, a big difference in this strategy review compared to the 2003, in which I was also involved, is indeed the enormous outreach that we have done to many stakeholders. If I counted correctly, we had like 17 events organized, not only here at ECB, but also by the national central banks of the Euro system. And of course, we received many suggestions and comments by citizens all over the Euro area. We also listened to expert audiences, to academics, to analysts, the European Parliament, civil society organizations like the ones you are representing, and as I mentioned, individual citizens and also our own staff. Of course, the messages were sort of diverse and depended very much on the personal perspective of the respondents. But many of the issues that we heard, we already discussed in our conversation. I mean, one is climate change. Another one was the affordability of housing particularly for young people. Of course, the employment situation during the pandemic is an important concern for many citizens. And then finally, also the side effects of our non-conventional policies like the negative interest rates was an important question and concern. So many of these elements we have looked into and we have analyzed. But one element that I would like to highlight at this point is also the importance of clear, consistent and credible communication. Because clearly our often technical style of communicating may be okay for experts and for academics, but it's not always easily understood by citizens and civil society more generally. And so one of the lessons learned is indeed to improve our communication, both of the decisions that the Governing Council makes, but also about what are we as the central bank for the Euro area about? What are our goals? How do we try to achieve them? Because that's very important to maintain the trust in our institution, which is really important for the effectiveness of our monetary policy. And so going forward, we will, on the one hand, try to have sort of a more direct communication, more accessible communication, also more visual communication on our monetary policy decisions, on the one hand. And on the other hand, we have had a very good experience with the listening events and hope, and the Governing Council commits to continue this type of bilateral outreach.
Thank you very much, Frank, for elaborating on the pillars of this new strategy. I am sure that by now, many of the participating organizations will have questions or comments that they'd like to raise. So we'll now be opening the floor to your questions for the remaining half an hour. You can start raising your questions by raising your virtual hand. Your virtual hand should be a small button that is located on the right-hand side of your screen. It should be located underneath the participants list. And once I see that you've raised your virtual hand, I will call your name and my lovely colleagues in the background will connect you. So just bear with us for a moment or two, as it might take a while to get you upgraded. And then whenever you're ready, feel free to take the floor. You'll be automatically unmuted, and we do encourage you to turn on your camera as well so that we can see you when you ask your question. Please introduce yourself first and your organization before you address your comment to Frank. And do remember to lower your electronic hand after you've asked the question, as this makes it easier for us to identify if you'd like to take the floor again. And with that, I'm going to take a look to see if we've got somebody who's raised their question already. I can see the first question comes from Ms. Orintuya Batsaikan. I hope I pronounced your name correctly, and I apologize in advance if I did not. Please bear with us for one moment, and you should be upgraded shortly.
Hello?
Hello.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you very much. I'm Urintoya Batahan. I'm an economist here at Positive Money Europe, an NGO based in Brussels. I have a question on the targeted longer-term refinancing operations. Given its volume, the TLTROs represent one of the most important ECB monetary policy operations, yet they were not included in the climate roadmap. Also, green TLTROs in particular have been deemed as an interesting idea by President Lagarde at the European Parliament during the monetary dialogue in September 2020. So my question is, was there any discussion on greening the refinancing operations during the strategy review process? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, first of all, on your question on green TLTROs, so of course, in the work stream, we had a work stream that looked into the relationship between climate change and monetary policy. A number of possible measures and modifications of our operational framework were looked into. This initially included some of the measures that you mentioned, but in terms of the actual action plan, the Governing Council decided to focus particularly on the issue of disclosures, because this can have a very beneficial impact also on sustainable finance by increasing the transparency of the market and sort of openness about where climate exposures and climate risks are. And secondly, by focusing on both the collateral system, which of course is part of our lending operations, and the corporate sector purchase program. So our existing programs, rather than setting up new programs, which of course also in the context of our price stability objective at this point would not be granted. On the question of sort of green asset purchase program, again, basically it's the same answer. It was seen as more important to actually look into our existing corporate sector purchase program, where, as you may have seen from the action plan, we will have a work stream looking into the issue of market neutrality and market efficiency, and how that may lead to sort of alternative benchmarks for our purchase programs. Thank you.
Thank you. We've got the next question coming up from Mr. Mauricio Vargas from Greenpeace.
Hello?
Hello. We can hear you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can. Yes.
Yep. Hello?
Hello.
I can't hear you.
Maybe that's a technical problem.
That's strange.
We can hear you and see you very well. Maybe we will try to sort out this technical problem and continue with the next speaker for the moment. And we'll try again to upgrade you at a later stage to hear your question. So we will take the next questioner for now. This next question comes from Ms. Alessia Del Vasto from Positive Money again.
Hello?
Hello, hi, I hope you can hear me and see me.
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Hi, again, it's Alessia Del Vasto from Positive Money Europe. As an organization, of course, we recognize the importance of setting inflation target at 2% right now. But, well, unfortunately, the ECB has constantly missed the target in the past year. So we were wondering whether, well, if the ECB continues to struggle with reaching the inflation target, will it consider introducing new instruments, new policy tools such as helicopter money? Thank you. Thank you for the presentation.
Thank you very much for your question. I mean, at a general point, I mean, the statement does explicitly say that obviously not only did we look into the existing instruments and sort of confirmed that they are effective and that they have contributed to avoiding risks of deflation and supporting the economy and the reflation of the economy. But also, if necessary, the Governing Council, as it has always done over the past years, will of course consider other tools if appropriate to achieve its inflation target. And of course, that's where sort of the commitment to, particularly in response to negative shocks, to have an especially forceful and persistent response and action is important. That's where that is backed up by this commitment to use other instruments. Now, on the specific example of money drops, of course, there it very much depends on the details, but we didn't look in as part of the strategy review into the details and the parameters of particular alternative instruments. This was seen as part of sort of the stance discussion rather than the strategy discussion. And of course, particularly money drops in some variants has a number of legal and economic questions and also interact with fiscal policy, which would raise concerns. But in terms of the general stance, the Governing Council is open to consider alternative instruments.
Thank you. We're going to see if we have anyone else who would like to ask a question. Please feel free to raise your electronic hands now. And then when you've raised your hand, I will be able to pull you out and my colleagues will be able to upgrade you so you can take the floor. We have one more question from Adua Dalla Costa, also from Positive Money, I believe.
Hello?
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 Hi.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can.
That's great, thank you. I'm Adua Dalla Costa from Positive Money Europe, and I have a question on the engagement with the public. So recently, from May 21st to July 2nd of this year, the Bank of England has opened a consultation on options for greening its corporate bond purchase scheme. And the bank will implement its new approach on the matter on the fourth quarter of 2021. And in the past months, President Lagarde has affirmed the ECB intends to increase the involvement of the public. And today you have confirmed this by highlighting the success of the ECB listening events. Indeed, the large participation to the scheme and to the consultation on a digital euro have shown society's great interest in being involved in the ECB decision. So my question would be, would the ECB consider a consultation on the corporate sector purchase program to improve its engagement with the public? Thank you.
Thank you very much for your question. I mean, in the press release and the annex, which consists of the action plan, the various elements, and also the timeline of the various areas in which we, as a central bank, will take into account climate change considerations in our strategy, are very much laid out. At the same time, and this is also has been also made very clear again in the statement, the Governing Council has indeed committed to have a regular exchange and outreach with civil society, with the general public, and of course, I think differently from what we had over the past year, it should not only be about listening, but also about explaining and interacting. Whether this type of exchange will be explicit in terms of on a specific program, I mean, that's something that at this point I can't really say, but for sure there will be interaction on the various aspects of the action plan.
Thank you very much. And it seems that we can try again with Mauricio Vargas from Greenpeace. Please bear with us and you should be upgraded shortly.
Hello, can you now hear me?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay, great. Well, thank you, Mr. Smith, for your presentation. And just let me comment that from my point of view, the strategy, at least related to your climate plans, don't seem to be very ambitious to me. But perhaps you can convince me otherwise. So I'm really excited. And I have two questions. The first question is, what is the concrete implication of the new climate strategy that you proposed? I mean, you provided a plan, but I think it's quite vague, no? So therefore, for example, it would be nice to know, for instance, what concrete changes the strategy will be for your CSPP portfolio. So could you elaborate a little bit on the potential changes we might see? And the other question I have is, why haven't you taken any concrete actions yet? I mean, you mentioned the urgency of the climate crisis, but your plans, like your timetable, doesn't seem to be very ambitious neither. So why haven't we seen any concrete results? And therefore, a third question, from a kind of precautionary perspective, wouldn't it be necessary to end at least some support for very carbon intensive companies right now, until you have a detailed plan? So thank you, and happy to listen to your answers.
Okay, thank you very much for this question. I mean, I would beg to differ and sort of claim that the action plan that the Governing Council has decided on is quite ambitious and with clear sort of timeline and deliverables. What's of course true is that still a lot of work needs to be done in order to take some of the concrete actions that you seem to adjust. And of course, I should also emphasize that some of those actions also depend on the progress that is being made at the European level, in terms of the various initiatives that the EU has taken. So we're not acting in isolation. But if you look at, first of all, the timeline, which is ultimately within a 4-year period, but there's two steps, but also the breadth of the actions, then I think we compare very favorable to any other central bank in terms of the ambition that we have. In terms of concrete actions and quick wins, I mean, let me just remind you that we have already taken some actions. No, for example, in terms of including sustainability-linked bonds in our asset purchase program, in terms of announcing that we will disclose the climate risks in our non-monetary policy portfolio, and probably one of the first actions that may follow relatively in the first part of this timeline will be to do the same for our monetary policy portfolio. So it's not just words. We actually are also following up and acting. And I believe it is sort of a wide-ranging action plan that covers, of course, the core of our business, which is how can we better understand the impact of climate change on our mandate to achieve price stability, but also our risk assessment. I mean, part of the action plan, for example, is also to examine and investigate and make sure that credit rating agencies have the relevant methodologies to take into account climate change risks. So there's a catalytic role here that the bank ECB wants to play. But finally, then we are also looking at what I think are probably the most important parts of our operational framework. That is the corporate sector purchase program and our collateral framework. In terms of your last question, I mean, should we already exclude? I mean, this is, again, it will be subject of what is it, line 9 of the action plan, point 9. But it's not obvious that that is actually the most effective way of in terms of reducing climate change risks, because many of those comments will actually have to be some of the drivers of change, we hope. So extreme decisions like that may not be the most optimal.
Thank you for that, Frank. We have the next question from Mr. Roger Casale from the Europe People's Forum. This is just a kind reminder to please lower your electronic hand after you've taken the floor so that we can see if you'd like to take the floor again, and an encouragement for everybody to raise their electronic hands and take the floor.
Thank you very much. I think you can hear me. I'm not sure you can see me. Sorry.
We can hear you well.
You can hear me. Okay. So, well, thank you again, and thank you also for in the earlier presentation, both in the question and in the answers, for the discussion around the engagement of citizens and civil society in drawing up the strategic plan. And I think all of us who are engaged in this enterprise of promoting citizen participation, something that we focus on at Europe's People's Forum, are very well aware that it's an easy thing to talk about and it's a difficult thing to do. So I wonder if you could comment on the challenges and the difficulties that you faced in reaching out to civil society and to citizens in particular, what you have learned from how you went about doing that, that you would want to apply in relation to how you conduct future consultations and engagement of citizens. You mentioned that there's going to be another phase of the consultation, and that's very welcome. I'm sure you agree that it's very valuable information that comes about from the engagement with citizens and civil society. Perhaps there's even, and this would be my second question, the thought in your mind that it would be good to put such consultations on a more permanent basis. Thank you.
Thank you for your question, and particularly on the last suggestion. I mean, I will just take it as a useful suggestion. I mean, in terms of our experience in reaching out to various parts of society in the euro area, of course, I mean, the first thing that comes to your mind about what are the challenges and the difficulties for an institution, European institution like the ECB, is that, of course, the audience are very diverse in a number of ways. But I mean, first and foremost, in terms of language and culture. I mean, our union is about unity with diversity, and so to ensure that sort of that diversity is acknowledged and that we can reach out to the different parts of the society, I mean, is a challenge, even a bigger challenge than I would say in a national environment. Fortunately, we are not only an ECB here in Frankfurt, but also a system, the Euro system of national central banks. And I mean, it's obvious that the NCBs, the national central banks, will continue to play a key role in this outreach to local audience. I mean, at the ECB, of course, our comparative advantage is to reach out to pan-European civil society organizations like yours, to the European Parliament, to other European institutions, and of course, more generally through our communication on our website. But an important role clearly has to be played by the national central banks. And so they are, of course, very much on board on this commitment to have more regular outreach programs with citizens. I mean, the other challenge I would sort of highlight, and I think I already mentioned it in the introductory Q&A, comes from this diversity, but is also more general about the difficulties to reach out to citizens in a sort of a direct, clear, coherent, easily accessible fashion. So what we learned is that actually the knowledge of the ECB, of the central bank, of the euro is not very great. And so we need to really make more efforts in explaining really what we are about. And so that's another important challenge that hopefully in the coming months and years we will try to address. So I would say these are probably the two most important challenges that come to my mind.
Thank you very much, Frank. I can see that we have the next question from Mark Beckman, also from Positive Money.
Hello. Can you just confirm if you hear me well?
Yep. Yes, we can.
Thanks a lot. I just wanted to come back to the last question actually on citizen engagement, because we as Positive Money have been organizing a big outreach project called the European Citizens Bank, where we built a platform similar to the Conference on the Future of the European Union, where we put up content on the monetary policy issues, where we organized webinars where citizens could learn about current debates, and where we organized citizen assemblies, where we drew citizens into a 1-day, 2-day workshop and let them discuss monetary policy issues. And so we've been doing that project in several countries, and some countries are still to come, and we're assembling the recommendations that citizens formulate in these assemblies together. And so my question would be, if you are in the spirit of your commitment to public engagement, the citizens would be interested in meeting with the citizens who came up with these recommendations, and maybe to have a session where we can compare and contrast what the citizens in our outreach program have come up with, and maybe the outcome of the new strategic review that you now finalized. Thanks.
Thank you. Of course, we are aware of your initiative, and particularly our communications department very much sort of follows what is going on. And I would say that it's very important to have those initiatives, because basically I think it can help better understand what the ECB, what monetary policy is about, and of course subject to sort of what the communications department is doing. I'm sure we would be happy to interact and to contribute where we can.
Thank you. So this is just to let you know that we have got a little bit more time in case anyone else would like to take the floor. Please raise your electronic hands now. Otherwise, allow me to take the floor, Frank, and ask a question. Seeing as the last review was such a long time ago, do we already know when the next review is going to take place?
Yes, in the sense that the Governing Council, in its statement, indeed also announced that from now on, it will periodically assess its monetary policy strategy. And so initiatives for future ideas and so on will be very useful as an input for these future assessments. And it has announced that sort of the next sort of meeting point will be in 2025. So in about, expected to be in 2025. So in about 4 years time. And we very much hope, I mean, this is very much in the spirit, you know, of continuing this conversation about what we as a central bank are about, and how we go about in achieving price stability and achieving the mandate in the best way for the well-being of citizens in the euro area.
Thank you. I can see that we do have one last question, and this question comes from Mr. Mauricio Vargas from Greenpeace again.
Okay, yeah, well, I'll take advantage of the chance to ask a second question. It's, of course, related to your climate action plan. And there's another thing which I think remained very unclear, and would be very happy if you could help me to understand what's meant with the following sentence. When it comes to the CSPP, the ECB, or you were writing that corporates have to be aligned with, at minimum, EU legislation implementing the Paris Agreement through climate change related metrics, or, and that's what I really don't understand, commitments of the issuers to such goals. I think it's really a good thing that you refer to EU legislation and the Paris Agreement, but I totally don't understand why you implement a sentence where you're saying, and on the same level, you accept commitment of the issue itself to such goals. So what's the meaning of the second part of the sentence?
Yeah, I'm not sure I understand sort of the subtleties of those two parts. But I mean, the sort of idea in general terms is indeed to make sort of commitments of some of the issuers to and implementation to the EU legislation that is related to the Paris Agreement, to make that sort of an eligibility criteria. Now, the way in which one does that, again, needs to be discussed. Is it, and again, this is will also be sort of a function of making sure there is enough of a transition period. But sort of the general idea is really to provide incentives to issuers to basically commit or to align their own plans with respect to climate change with the EU legislation implementing the Paris Accord.
Thank you very much, Frank. I can see that we don't have any more questions. So with that, I would like to close this seminar. And thank you all very much for participating. Thanks to you and your active and lively contributions, we had a very engaging seminar. And I'd also like to take this opportunity to say thank you very much to you, Frank, for taking the time out of your day to explain the new strategy and what it's all about. As usual, we are very interested in hearing your feedback. So if you have one moment, we'll be posting a link to a survey in the chat function, and it should take about 2 or 3 minutes to fill out, and it would really help us to improve the way we structure these seminars better and to tailor them more towards your needs. So we would really appreciate if you could fill out the survey. And otherwise, there isn't much left for me to say other than to wish you a lovely afternoon and hopefully a nice summer break. If you'd like to get in touch with us in the meantime, please do so by sending us an email at civilsociety@ecb.europa.eu. Thank you very much and have a lovely afternoon.
Today's video is going to be all about summer essentials. Specifically, we're going to be talking about how to style your summer essentials and take them from basic and boring to banging and bougie. New here, my name is Chi-Chi, and on this channel we cover fashion, beauty, and lifestyle. So if you love hauls, lookbooks, vlogs, sis, you found your tribe. All you have to do now is subscribe. Sometimes just adding an additional piece can make all the difference. If you've been looking for ideas for styling pieces you already own, this video is for you. Keep on watching. Make sure to stick around all the way to the end so you don't miss any gems. So we're going to be styling 4 basics. They are as follows: a white tank, a summer must-have; white jeans, another summer essential; shorts, and a summer dress. So without further ado, let's get into it. So we're going to start off with this white tank. My favorite one comes from Target, and I always recommend that you buy multiples of your summer essentials. I have about 3 or 4 of these white tanks. I not only have this tank in white, I also have in a plethora of colors, just because I feel like the high neck really kind of works for my shape. So I decided to pair the white tanks with some shorts. This is a very quintessentially summer look. This is the kind of look I would wear to run errands on the weekend. To kind of take this look up a notch, I decided I would layer on some necklaces just to add a little bit of, je ne sais quoi, something to the look, right? And then finish things off with a light layer in the form of this oversized white shirt. Oversized white shirts are a must-have during the spring and summertime. If you don't have one, sis, run, don't walk. I will link some of my favorites down in the description box. I actually have a couple. I have like 2 more in my current cart right now because I wore my oversized white shirts to death. I would wear them as a layer on top of my outfits. I would wear them as cover-ups. Some of them I actually wear as dresses. So you can do a lot with this. So if you don't have one, get one now. Now for the next look with this white tank, I decided to pair the look with a bias cut maxi skirt. I actually have this maxi skirt in 2 other colors because I really feel like this style and cut is super flattering. Now to finish off the look, I'm gonna throw on it and a pair of slides. You can keep this look just like it is right now. It looks pretty good to me. However, I feel like, the look it needs something. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna swap out those slides for these gold flat forms. So what I really like about the flat forms is that the gold in the flat forms tie into the gold accents in the bags. And something about the metallic really helps to elevate this look. I would totally wear this look to brunch. I feel like the other look I would probably just wear to run to like Target or something because of the additional height that I got from the platform and the addition of the gold. I really feel like it does a good job elevating the look. So let me know your thoughts, right? Do you prefer the original look or do you prefer the updated look? So next essential we're going to be styling is going to be the summer dress. This is another must-have and essential for the season. I love wearing dresses in the summer because they're flirty, they're girly, they're perfect for like brunches and bridal showers and date night, etc., right? And I always look out for dresses that are easy for me to dress up from day to night. And one of the things that I love to do with my flirty and frilly summer dresses is to juxtapose and pair them with things that are a little bit more masculine, a little bit more grungy, kind of tough. During the winter, I would totally pair a summer dress with combat boots, but it's too hot for that, so we're gonna opt for some dad sandals. They don't have to be dad sandals. You could go for something just a little bit more grungy and kind of tough. I have a pair of Doc Marten sandals that I picked up last year. That's another example of a tough looking shoe that you can use to kind of add a little bit of interest to your more frilly dresses. And to finish off the look, let's not forget a bag, and voila, you have a look. Now again, this look is perfectly fine just as it is, but I feel like we can tweak it slightly to make it even better. What do you think? I agree. So I went ahead and threw on this straw hat. I always get questions about like how to, accessorize and dress up an outfit during the summer because it's hot. It may just be, the weather may just be too hot for you to do any kind of layering, for you to add a third piece. Well, never forget a hat, sis. A hat will do that for you. If you have an arsenal of like straw fedoras, baseball caps, not only do they add some interest to your outfit, but they also help to protect your scalp from the sun. So I've had this hat for years. They bring it back every single year. It's kind of like a cult favorite. So I'm going to link it down below. And what I like about this hat is that it comes in sizes. So if you have a bigger head and you struggle with finding hats in your head size, I promise you, you will find one in your head size. Well, I hope so. I'm wearing this hat here in a size extra large and it goes up to a size 2XL. And I will link it for you in the description box down below. So let me know, which look do you prefer? The before look or the after look? Did the hat make the look better? I'd love to know your thoughts in the comments down below. Now, remember when I said I love to go for summer dresses I can pair that I can dress up or dress down and take from day to night? Here is the perfect examples. We're gonna ditch our sandals and then we're gonna opt for a pair of heels. I'm personally partial to mules because they don't have any buckles, they don't have any ties, you just slide your feet in and go. And then I opted for a pouch bag, and I really love these pouch bags because they can fit everything, okay? Everything, right? From your slides to your makeup, your phone, your everything, a whole change of clothes if you need, you can fit into these pouch bags. That's why I always opt for them, because I feel like I can fit all my crap in there. So this outfit is pretty good on its own. I think so anyway, but I'm thinking like, I think we can make this look better. I think we can make this look better. And so how are we gonna make it better? I think we could swap out these mules for something a little bit more fun, right? What do you guys think? Yep, I agree too. All right, so I decided to swap out my mules for a pop of color. Don't forget, you can have fun with your footwear, with your bag. Once you have a nice collection of like neutral color accessories, don't be afraid to invest in some color, because just the addition of that pop of color can really take your outfit from boring, okay, to banging. All right, so what y'all thinking? Do you prefer the look before or do you prefer the look after? Let me know in the comments down below. So now on to shorts. Okay, shorts are already a quintessential staple for the summer season. They are a must-have. So how many ways can you style a pair of shorts? I should make a video on that, like maybe 10 ways that I style shorts. Anyways, I digress. So I have these brown paperback shorts, which I believe I featured in my how to find the perfect pair of shorts video. If you haven't seen that video and you're struggling with finding shorts that fit your curves, sis, that video is a must watch. Okay, I will be sure to link it for you in the description box below. Fingers crossed that I remember So with these shorts, I decided to go for this tan color top. The shorts are brown, the shirt is brown, kind of like a monochrome look. You can't go wrong with that. And continuing on with like my tan and brown family, I finished off the look with some brown nude sides. This is a super easy outfit that you can wear to brunch, you can wear to run errands. I love the fact that the shorts are tailored, so it really helps to elevate the look. You totally catch me in this outfit. But on the days where I feel like adding a little sauce, to my look, I feel like this outfit could be better. So I'm thinking we're gonna ditch the brown or cream colored shirt because it's cute and I'm digging the ombre look, but I think we can have a little bit of fun by adding a print. That's where this shirt comes in. So as soon as I saw this shirt, it was an instant add to cart. It was giving me 70s vibes. I loved how billowy the sleeves were. It's a brown color, but even though the colors are kind of muted, I loved how billowy the sleeves were. I loved the print on it, the pops of orange. And I really think it helps to bring out the orange in the brown of these shorts. Now, I typically don't go for shirts like this that are super billowy around the chest because, when you have a fuller chest, these type of tops tend to emphasize that. But how I was able to combat with this top was that I opened up some of the buttons to help create that deep V and elongate the neck. Okay, that was one of the tips I shared in my big bust styling video. So if you haven't seen that video, sis, make sure to check it out, especially if you have a bigger bust and a fuller bust. All right, I'm really digging this shirt and how it just added a little bit of something to the look. I personally think that it really took this look from the original look from basic to, hanging. I think so. But let me know your thoughts in the comments down below. Do you prefer the original look or do you prefer updated look? If you're enjoying the video so far, sis, hit that like button. Also, this is a great time to share the video. Not only does it pay it forward, but you may know someone who's been searching for this video. So the next basic we're styling are white jeans. So we're gonna start off styling these white jeans with my tan t-shirt. I think we're gonna go for these clear sandals, my cream colored crossbody bag to kind of keep things all in the same color family. And this is like a super easy look that I would wear again to run errands, to have a casual meal, etc., etc. Although there's absolutely nothing wrong with this outfit, I would totally wear this look. I feel like we can make it better. I think we can make it better. So instead of our tan t-shirt, let's have a little fun. Let's add a little texture with this H&M mesh sweater. What I really like about this sweater is that it has holes all over it. So you can pretty much wear it now up until I would say mid to late June. I felt like the other look was very tonal, very bland, and the addition of this texture to the look, does something. What do you think? Let me know. So let me know in the comments below which look you like better, the original look or the updated look. So we're gonna ditch the sweater. Okay, so if you're wondering about like how you can wear white jeans, there we go. The lightweight chiffon shirt. This is actually the top from a two-piece that I picked up last year from Pretty Little Thing. It's super lightweight, like it's almost non-existent. So if you're wondering about how you can layer in the summertime, chiffon tops are your best friend, especially if you're someone who is new to wearing crop top, isn't quite comfortable showing maybe all of your belly or maybe even your arms. This is a look that always works and it just makes your outfit look like you thought about it, but really all you did was added a shirt. That's it. And again, what I like about this shirt is that when you get to the beach, you can totally ditch the rest of your outfit and that shirt would act as a really cute cover-up that you can pair with your bathing suit. So let me know your thoughts with this look. Do you like the before look or do you like the after look? Let me know in the comments down below. So this is just a fraction of the summer essentials and basics that you will need. I actually have a summer wardrobe checklist. There will be a link in the description down below. All you have to do is sign up for our newsletter and you will get an email from us with a link that you can download the checklist, right? I know I've made at least one video where I talk just about summer essentials. So if you're interested in more summer essential talk, I will also link that video for you in the description down below. And if you're curious about this gorgeous pink overshirt that I have on, or this tank top, I always link all of my outfits in the description box of this video. It's going to be under the shop my outfits link, and that's going to take you over to my LTK. If you're wondering what LTK is, it's basically an app where I link all of the items that I feature, all the stuff that I have my eye on, that I'm looking to buy. I not only link my fashion stuff, I also link my beauty stuff. So my favorite foundations, lip gloss, I link everything on that app. While you're there, just go ahead and just download the app and follow your girl, okay? I promise you, you won't regret it. If you enjoyed this video just like this, all you have to do is subscribe now. Check out this video and this video. Don't forget to rate, comment, subscribe, and share. And until